Okay, are we reviewed our previous session related concepts at your home? Yes, no, nothing. At least a bit more than what we understand yesterday. Okay. Are we reviewed our That's good. Right. So what we discussed yesterday, testing types that are specially applicable for mobile apps. Okay. First one, we start our mobile apps testing with installation testing. That means we are copying the file to your mobile phone with the help of APK file. Second one, upgrade. Okay, upgrade testing. If you have a older version, we can able to update to the latest version. Third one, so all these three comes under installation family. What we can call it as installation family. If someone asks you to conduct the installation testing, we are supposed to conduct installation, fresh installation, upgrade, and installation. So this is so-called fresh installation. What we can call it as fresh installation. What do you mean by fresh installation? What is fresher role? What is experience role? Fresher, you do not have any project experience. Exactly similar to that, fresh installation means we haven't installed yet. Your application is not available on the phone. In that situation, we are installing the application. That is called fresh installation. Upgrade means already existing already you installed the older version. Now we are releasing the latest version. Previously you have version 1. I released the version 2. If you want to upgrade to the version 2, what kind of changes we are supposed to conduct testing? Yesterday we understand the names. We are briefing about those conditions. Next, installation. What do you mean by fresh installation? We need to install the application under test or your mobile app. Okay, in the mobile phone very first time. That is called fresh installation. Very first time. Or after uninstallation, you are trying to install it. So it was not available. Clean machine. What we can call it as clean machine. Installing the app on clean machine. On clean machine. That means we do not have any related application files. Next, what kind of conditions we are supposed to test? How do you confirm that installation is successful? We need to, first one, we need to see the successful message. We need to see the successful message. Am I right? So installation is success. By using this message, can you confirm that installation is successful? By seeing the message, we can't able to guarantee that, right? What kind of additional things we need to check? Shortcut is copied to mobile screen or not? That is another verification. If installation notification is displayed, first validation. Second validation, do we have a shortcut on the mobile screen? That is the second validation. Third one, tap on the shortcut and check, is application opened successfully without any issue? Am I right? And yesterday we understand another path, right? Open apps manager directly. You already familiar with the settings, right? Apps manager. Select your app. Tap on open. Here also we can able to open the application. So any possible way we need to highlight and we need to open that particular application, isn't it? Is everything is clear? So we have 4 combinations of installation testing, installation confirmation. Are we getting the successful installation into your mobile phone or not? Without opening the application, how do you guarantee that it is successfully installed? By looking at the notification successful, can we guarantee that? We don't want to trap into that, right? So first option is, have you received the notification? Customer is engaged with that particular notification or not? That is the first level verification or validation. Second, shortcut is created or not. Third one, open the shortcut. So fourth one, open the application from apps manager. 4 possibilities we have to conduct the testing. Fifth one, a bit dangerous thing. Do we have respective folder structure? Do we have respective folder structure in the mobile phone, file manager, Android? If you look at the file folder structure, you can have all the apps related folders. If you want, you can able to check your mobile phone. In the file manager, we have WhatsApp 1 folder, Facebook 1 folder, Gmail 1 folder. All your temporary files will be saved over there. So copy means where exactly we are copying? In a folder. How exactly we are copying all your installed applications in your desktop? See program files. If you install any application in your computer, where exactly it's saved? See program files. Exactly similar to that, we have a application folder. In the folder file structure, file manager, there is a folder called Android. Okay, so we have a post lunch. We have a detailed structure about all these things. So we can able to travel to that folder structure, what kind of files we have, what kind of databases we are using, we can able to take a look. Okay, so for now, we need to see the folder is created or not, shortcut is created or not, notification, successful notification is displayed or not, can we able to open the application or not. These are the primary validations or testing points or conditions or scenarios in the mobile apps. This is the starting point of your application, right? Right. How many test cases? 5 test cases. Yesterday, how many? 25. How many test cases you already consumed? 30. I promise 100, right? For every application, if you are able to create 100 test cases, you are a genius tester. Right? Next. What about upgrade? Only one extra point. After upgrade, customer data should not be tampered or deleted. This is only the extra point in addition to installation. Installation is on clean machine, right? In the clean machine, do we have any data loss? Do we have any customer data? No, it's a clean machine. So no need of worry about the customer data. But if you already have, you are using WhatsApp since 2010. You are using WhatsApp since 2010 or 13, whatever it is. What is the inception date? You are using from many years. Suddenly, WhatsApp people ask you to upgrade from older version to latest version. After upgrading, all your WhatsApp chat messages are disappeared. Can you accept this? Will you digest this? So many secrets, so many memories we have in the WhatsApp chat, right? So if you lose that, will you accept it? No, that is the reason I mentioned that after upgrade, so we need to display same content which we have before the upgrade. So customer data should not be tampered, should not be disturbed. Customer data should not be tampered, should not be disturbed. Is it clear? So that is only the change, extra change we have apart from installation. So upgrade successful message. Yesterday we practiced this, right? Upgrade, fresh installation, everything, uninstallation, upgrade, successful message we need to verify. Shortcut, do we have the shortcut? Old shortcut need to be removed, new shortcut need to be displayed. Shortcut, open the application by shortcut, open the application by app manager, app selection. What is the shortcut? Open and check, do we have any data loss? Any data loss in the data loss for the customer? Where do we have the customer data? If it is an e-commerce Flipkart site, what is the customer data? Previous customer data. Saved searches, your orders, your purchases, okay, save later goods. All these things under your customer data. It should not be deleted, right? Clear? So these are the 5 more test cases added to your queue. Next. Sir, this is very first version of my application released into the customer, sir. No upgrade. It is very first time you are launching to the customer. Where do we have the production version? No, right? So if you already one version is available in the market, then you are releasing the new version. Definitely we have to check the fresh installation, upgrade on the previously used version from the customer point of view. What is available in the Google Play Store? Install that first and then upgrade your testable version. Clear? If you have already X version is available in the market, we are releasing the Y version. What we are supposed to test? First, independently install the Y version. Fresh customer. It is working fine. Second option, install the X version first from the Google Play Store and then install your Y version on top of it. So that is called upgrade. Last one, removing the files. Uninstall. Removing the file is nothing but uninstall. This is opposite to installation. Uninstallation, successful. This should be available. Next, shortcut need to be. Previously, we asked to verify the shortcut is available or not. Now also, we are verifying that. The expected result is little bit changed. Previously, it should have the shortcut. Currently, for uninstallation, remove the shortcut. Next, app manager, apps. Your app should be or not available. Okay, na? Next, one more thing. Clear? Whatever you copied in the installation, that needs to be deleted. Whatever you copied from the installation point of view or upgrade point of view, you need to be deleted. Two kind of uninstallations. Whatever you do the fresh installation, that should be uninstalled. Whatever you upgraded from X to Y, that is also uninstalled. So how many combinations? Freshly installed app should be uninstalled. Second one, upgraded app Also so you are doing fresh installation. Okay, Y installation is already done. Uninstall it. You install the X from Play Store, upgrade it to Y. Now also uninstall. In both the case, you need to check this one. Clear? Right. So uninstallation, installation, upgrade. Everyone is clear? This is a very important aspect in mobile apps testing. Why? Because in your web application testing, there is no kind of installation, uninstallation, upgrade. So this is a very new concept, right? So that's the reason we need to have in detail scenarios. We are about to reach half century. Am I right? Next, installation, family related scenarios are done. Next. Interruption testing. What do you mean by interruption testing? Mother functionality of the phone should not interrupt application functionality and vice versa. Because of your application, okay, your mother functionality should not be disturbed. That means while you are playing the temple run, your mobile application should not allow the phone calls. Is it a problem? Bigger problem, right? Your developer swallowing the phone feature. Your developer swallowing the SMS feature. So it is not providing those notifications. It is not allowing the phone calls. Is it a problem or not? So we need to allow the mother functionalities in between. And because of the mother functionalities comes to the picture, our application should not be disturbed. Right, two possibilities. Our application should not disturb the mother functionality. Okay, your application should allow all mother functionalities. Mobile phone. You know what are the mother functionalities? Calling, call accept, call reject, call hold. Okay, SMS, incoming SMS, outgoing SMS, MMS, WhatsApp messages, Telegram video calls, whatever the thing it is. Okay, if something is related to the mobile phone, it should be displayed on top of your application. That is the first validation. Second one, if do some operations on top of the application, okay, with respect to mother functionality, that mother functionality should not disturb your application. The second one is we have a second scenario. First scenario itself failed. So we do not have second scenario. Am I right? If you are allowing the mother functionality, I am doing some operations on mother functionality. It should not tamper your application features. Sure. Then customer need to do operation, any operation, do any operation on mother functionality it should not disturb our application functionality. After phone call comes to the picture, you could not able to see the my account details. Example problem. Earlier, you are able to see the my account. But after receiving the phone call, your application is tampered because of this phone call. My account is disappeared from the application. It is an unwanted situation happened because of the mother functionality. Do we need to care about this in our testing or not? Do we need to care about this or not? So that is the reason we named it as a interruption testing. Is there any interruption performed to the mother functionality because of your application, or because of the mother functionality, your application is interrupted? In either case, it is a fault, right? We need to identify the bugs. Next, orientation testing. We understand two orientations, right? One is portrait, landscape. Portrait for our example, WhatsApp chat. Landscape, Amazon Prime. Best examples, right? Right. So there is a setting in your mobile phone for orientation. Orientation, enable or disable. So let me connect my phone for this verification. Give me a minute. So I am using some third-party tools to display my phone over laptop. Don't worry about this. It is not at all required to your testing purpose. Yeah, I'm probably connected with this Vamsi. Right. So can you see this? This is orientation. So if I able to flip my mobile phone, okay, so it will be which is very visible. Right? So this is auto orientation enable. So this is auto orientation enable. That means, so if this settings auto rotate enabled, okay, you can able to switch between portrait to landscape without having any limitation. Auto orientation enabled. That means customer can able to switch between landscape to portrait, portrait to landscape. So you don't want to worry. Right? So this is what we can call it as auto orientation enable or orientation enable. So let me disable this. Let me disable this. So I'm changing, physically I'm changing the phone to landscape mode. But what you are able to see here, it will not change even though you are changing the position of your phone. So that is the importance of this setting. Let me enable it once again for you. Now it was changed, right? If I remove this, portrait displayed or not? So that is the importance of this particular setting called auto rotate or auto orientation, right? So let me derive few test conditions for that. So if auto orientation is enabled in your phone and your application is allowing this. If you take an example of Amazon Prime, it is not allowing the portrait mode. It was restricted in the app, even though you have auto orientation enabled. So two conditions to verify. Auto orientation is enabled in your phone and your application is allowing this. So then, if your phone is in portrait mode, your application also should be in portrait mode. If your phone is in landscape mode, your application should also be in landscape mode. When both application and phone allowing the auto orientation, when both phone and your application allowing the auto orientation, it is applicable for WhatsApp. You can able to do the chatting in landscape mode, portrait mode. So if your phone is in landscape mode, your WhatsApp chat should be on landscape mode. If phone is on portrait mode, your chat should be on portrait mode. But we do not have that conditions, right? Example, Amazon Prime. Prime is only displayed on landscape mode. So it is allowing the auto orientation? No, it is restricted to only one orientation, that is landscape. Whether you are in landscape mode, whether you are in portrait mode, my application should only work on landscape mode. That is the second option. The next condition is mobile phone allowing the auto orientation, but mobile phone, mobile app is not allowing the auto orientation. That means specifically this app function only in landscape mode or portrait mode. We do not able to switch between two modes at any cost. It works only on landscape mode. Example, Amazon Prime. Okay, na? All right. So for this, what kind of scenarios we need to verify? Auto orientation enable, okay, and switch between and your mobile app is not responding to the customer orientations in the mobile phone. Whatever the orientation displayed on customer phone, okay, this app will ignore it and display only on example app. Okay, you can switch between landscape to portrait. It is not impacting me. Why? Because I support only landscape. Your mobile is supporting orientation, but my app is not supporting. So we do not worry about it. So check that. Is it really, if your application is not supporting auto orientation, it should not switch between landscape to portrait, portrait to landscape. That we need to check. We need to write the test cases. Okay. Let's have a look at it. It is somewhat complex. If you change to portrait, your application also change to portrait, no issues. If you change to landscape, your application also move to the landscape, no issues. But if your application stick to one orientation and your mobile phone is accepting the auto orientation, then we have lots of complexities, lots of issues will encounter in your application. Okay, right. Mobile phone not allowing the orientation. Okay. But app allowing the, this also we need to check, right? You disable the orientation, but your app should allow the orientation. Then if you restricted the orientation changes in your phone, it should followed by your application. It should followed by your application, even though it is having a flexibility to display your WhatsApp in landscape as well as portrait. But you are restricting your phone to display only on portrait. Your app should also follow that. If auto orientation is disabled in your phone, it is automatically disabled on your app as well. That we need to check. Right? Is developer following this principle or not? If auto orientation is disabled, is your customer or your developer is allowing the orientation in your app? If he is allowing, it's a problem or not? So that is what we need to check. Allowing the orientation in the mobile phone, allowing the orientation in the mobile app, allowing the orientation in the mobile phone, not allowing the orientation in the mobile app, not allowing the orientation in the mobile phone, allowing the orientation in the mobile app. Last but not the least, mobile phone, no issues scenario. Mobile phone not allowing orientation and mobile app also this is not a danger situation. It is both are not allowing the orientation. We could not able to find more issues. But one is allowing, one is not allowing. Lots of difficulties between these two. They are fighting each other. Who won? Mobile phone orientation need to win. Right? Only mobile phone orientation need to win in all the games. Why? Because it is a parent. Is it true? Right. So mostly we have a situation like auto orientation enabled in both the apps. Rarely we can encounter mobile orientation enabled in the mobile phone, mobile orientation disabled in the app like Amazon Prime. Wherever we have some specifications. Whenever doing this testing, we have text overlaps, text cutoff, some UI elements missing in the screen, These are the challenges. So you can able to explain this to the interviewer while doing the testing in my mobile app. While orientation test cases, we are encountering these kind of problems. So it is pretty much difficult to identify. So sometimes few components are displayed in the portrait mode. Few components are disappear in the portrait mode, and some components are displayed in the landscape mode. Suddenly they are disappearing while moving from portrait to landscape. These kind of challenges we observed a lot in mobile apps testing. Make sense? So we cover the test scenarios as well as challenges parallelly. Missing in the screens, overlapping the UI components, not responding to the customer actions. There is a text box. In the landscape mode, I can't able to type the text box. Virtual keyword is not displaying. How do you type it? You have a keyword for every text box, right? So in the horizontal mode, that is landscape mode, I can't able to see the virtual keyboard. How do you type? Is it a problem or not? Do we need to identify in your testing? That we need to do in the orientation. With portrait, no issues. Text box is displaying the virtual keyboard. But horizontal, there is no much space. So virtual keyboard is hidden. It is not having the space to launch the virtual keyboard. Is it a problem or not? Those kind of issues we need to identify, or we can make it as a challenge. We can make it as a decent bug in your recent past. Decent bug in recent past. So this is what interviewer is expecting from you. So you can able to mention all these things, okay, without having any problem in your resume, in your interview section. Right. Sir. మైక్ ఉందా? ప్రొజెక్టర్ నుంచి వస్తుందా? నా ఫోన్ నుంచి ప్రొజెక్టర్ ఎలా వస్తుంది సార్? Right. So we are done with the orientation testing as well. Next. Interoperability testing. So this is whether your application is coexisting with other softwares which are reside on your mobile phone or not. Is your application doing friendship with other applications or not? As all these applications only reside on your mobile phones. They are fighting for camera. They are fighting for keyboard. Then it's a ridiculous thing, right? So we are going to check. So whether your application is coexisting with other apps or not. First thing, like it is exactly similar to interruption testing. But there we are dealing with mother functionalities. We are dealing with, here we are dealing with competitor applications. Is your application working fine with other and other competitors are disturbing your functionality? These are the two conditions are. Is your application disturbing the other competitor application functionality? That is the first condition. Second thing is competitor applications are disturbing our functionality. Exactly similar to interruption testing. Interruption is between your application and internal applications of mobile phone. Interoperability is your application functionality and external applications like us. Okay, that is the difference. Network related testing. Network related testing. Check your application with a high speed internet. Check your application with while switching between high to low, and in the same way low to high. You can travel through lift and do your testing. Is the best example. So in the lift we can able to get the internet and go away. So we can able to do that. Or else we have a Wi-Fi router. Go to very nearest to the router and go away. Come to router, go away. Come to router, go away. In such a way, we can simulate that condition. Right? You know the Wi-Fi router? Come closer to router. High speed internet. Go away from the router. We have in the third floor router. Go to the ground floor. You will not get much frequent signal, right? So that is, and most importantly and dangerous thing, very dangerous thing. Suddenly, if you lose internet, it is going abnormal situation. If no internet, you are launching your application. That is one scenario. So there are two scenarios. Let me note down here. Without internet, launch your application. You can throw an error message. So that is less complex. Second one, again it needs to throw error message, right? No internet, please supply internet. Now turn on the router again. Switch between no internet to internet. Very dangerous system. So many applications will get crash, hang in this situation. So we are putting a stress. No internet to internet. Switch between no internet to internet very frequently. This is the only way. Turn off on router multiple times. within 10 minutes, do 10 times. How your application is behaving. It should not disturb at all. That is the testing. We can call it as a negative testing or monkey testing, whatever you can able to name it as. So we are disturbing the application feature or functionality by doing nonsense. By look-wise, it is a nonsense or not? Turning off and turning on 10 times in a 10 minutes of time. But if you have a power fluctuations at your house, so it is more obvious, right? Do we need to conduct testing or not? To simulate that power fluctuations at your switchboard. Unfortunately, we have a power fluctuations at your switchboard, which is connected to the router. Then can we able to get this live situation or not for the customer? So do we need to conduct testing? Yes. Memory consumption testing. What we can able to do? At low memory, try to install the application. That means your app required 100 MB, but your phone have something like that, or 99 MB. You're gonna make it as 99 MB, which is, can we able to allow the installation? It needs to throw an error message, right? What kind of error message? Insufficient memory or low storage. Please remove some unnecessary files. Run the application at low memory. Install the application at low memory. Run the application at low memory. Next, run the application with these are the three possibilities to check with your memory consumption testing. Okay, and fourth one is run your application for a week of time and check, do we have any excessive memory consumption? How to check this? App manager, storage. We have a cache, we have a app data. Unnecessarily, without saving any information in any file, your saving data need not be, okay, so occupied, need not be improved. You are using 10 MB data today. You are not saving any file. You are not creating any order. Suddenly, it is increasing 1 MB every day unnecessarily. We need to catch it up or not? So 1 week time. Yeah, you can able to do that. So before 10 days, 10 MB is used. You can keep quiet. You are not opening application. After 10 days, you open the application. It should be 10 MB only. If it is increased to 25 MB, excessive 15 MB memory consumption, that we need to trace it out. Okay. Mostly these issues will not come to us. Okay, but we need to have a look. Depends on your requirement. Next one. What is the other thing? First condition, open the application at critical battery. Okay, open the application or run the application at low battery. Open the application at full battery. Use the application until switch off or turn off the use your application until it will turn off. 15 minutes, 20 minutes is sufficient, right? Rigorously execute the test case. In between, it need to be turned off. Next, if you charge it and open the application, your application will open freshly without having any issues. So because of it is turning off, if you are not able to open your application next time, will it be a problem to the customer or not? Customer will able to have these situations in your application, right? So you didn't use your phone until turn off at least once? Yes or no? Many times, right? So then it is possible or not? So that is the thing. Use the application until turn off the mobile. And see how your app working after turn on. Open the application and use it while charging is going on. While charger is plugged on and you are working with your application, is there any deviation? Is there any disturbance in your functionality? That we need to check. These are the different scenarios while working with batteries, memory, network, orientation, interruption, interoperability, installation, uninstallation, upgrade. Okay. Next, OS compatibility. What do you mean by OS compatibility testing? Check your app in multiple OS. What are the multiple OS? Android latest version or iOS latest version. Android previous version, iOS previous version, just before the latest version. And Android most stable previous version. iOS most stable previous version. Okay, these are the three combinations majorly we are using for our mobile application testing. Three combinations: latest version, previous version, latest version is 13, previous version 12, and most stable version 10 at Android. Example. So we need to use 10, 12, 13 instead of all available 13 versions. Instead of all available 13 versions, we are able to use latest version, just before latest version. Okay, a stable version. That means most of the users will use that version. Okay, na? Android 10. Most of the mobile phones are using still Android 10. Next, latest version 13. What is the previous version? 12. In future, 14 is released. Then we can ignore the 12, go with the 14 and 13 under 10. After a year, 10 is outdated. 12 is most stable version. 12, 16, 17 on those lines. Okay, na? Exactly similar to that iOS as well. So this is my company standards. So your manager, your lead will educate you, or your client will educate you on which operating system, which handheld device. Handheld means mobile phone. Which model of mobile phone you need to test. So everything they will mention. Okay. Hardware compatibility testing. Hardware compatibility testing. Check your application with something like that. Do we need to check this or not? Next. Okay. Snapdragon processors. Okay. So MediaTek. All these are hardwares, right? Different hardwares, right? So we are collecting hardware and operating system together like this. Let me open an Excel sheet for you. OS version. Only for Android, we have so much of complexity because of diversity of the handheld devices. That is Samsung. We have Samsung and we have Oppo. We have so many vendors in the Android, right? As it is a operating system is open source. Everyone using the Android. That is the reason we have so many, right, OS versions, RAM, processor, and vendor. Vendor is nothing but Samsung, okay, Oppo, these company names. So those are not that much important at this point of time. So if it is, if I'm not at all using camera for my applications, Flipkart, I'm not using camera much. So why do we consider all these things? If it is really like a YouTube, like media kind of things, then all these things comes into the picture. So this is generic things. We haven't covered that right yet. We haven't started that. We haven't completed our testing. Restart, we already covered now. The battery drained out. Okay, other things we need to check. Right, OS version 6 GB RAM. Processor Snapdragon. Mobile Samsung. Right? Next. Android 13 only. This time I can go with Android 12. Okay. 8 GB. MediaTek. Okay. OnePlus. Android 12. 12 GB. MediaTek. Okay. Android 13. 4 GB. Snapdragon. LG. Android 12. 8 GB. MediaTek. Okay. HTC. So we are covering different hardwares, different manufacturers, different operating systems, different processors, and we have forgot about one more thing. Screen size. Randomly we can provide the screens. Similar to this, we can able to give these details, okay, from the client side based on their previous history of the customers. What kind of versions they are using, we can able to get that information and we can able to have this, okay, puzzle will be solved. So varieties of combinations we covered, right? So this is what we need to check. This is what we need to cover. How many devices is sufficient? 6. How many combinations we covered? We covered Android 13, Android 12. We covered 4 GB, 6 GB, 8 GB, 12 GB, 16 GB. And processor Snapdragon as well as MediaTek. And we have a vendors like Samsung, Oppo, OnePlus, Poco, LG, HTC. And screen sizes 6.7, 6, 5.5, 5, 4, 4.2. So many combinations covered within the 6 devices, right? Similar to this, we can configure our test environments in such a way that to reduce the combinations, right? Reduce the combinations. So we don't want to test HTC with all operating systems, HTC with all RAM systems, HTC with all media or processors. Okay, HTC with all screen sizes. Instead, we can take one vendor, one screen size, one operating system, one RAM size. We are covering multiple combinations with a less devices. So can we guarantee that 6.7 inches screen, your application is good? 6 inches, your application is good? Samsung phone, your application is good? HTC hardware, your application is good? Android 12, your application is good? Android 13, your application is good? MediaTek processor, your application is good? Snapdragon processor, your application is good? 4 GB RAM, we covered. 6 GB RAM, we covered. 8 GB RAM, we covered. 12 GB RAM, we covered. And 16 GB RAM also, we covered. So in a smart way, we can able to do the less combinations, more testing. Right? This is one way of solving our puzzle. How to do more testing with the less combinations. Right? So in this way, we need to reduce the combinations in software testing. If you are only one tester, then you are the responsible. If you have a lead will give you that. If you have a client will hand over all these devices with those combinations. You need to propose these combinations based on the market. These are the latest trends. Customer may use all these things. So procure these devices. You can recommend that and client will procure that. Or else we can have a cloud devices, right? We can use cloud services for all these things.
We can set in all settings in cloud services.
No settings. You need to purchase the device. You rent the device. How do you set the screen sizes? Can you change this mobile screen sizes? Will you change your mobile screen size? Now then, how cloud device screen will be changed? You can select respective device in the available device list. So let's check this. Same, you can copy this. Select for your SaaS lab. Do we have that kind of devices or not? This is a random thing, right? Did I check any of the device list? It's proposed thing. If it is available, we can able to go with that. Suppose Poco is not having 4 inches screen, but LG is having the 4 inches screen. Switch between this one. Do we have any thumb rule? Only go with LG, always 4 inches screen. We propose it. Client will accept it. Client will purchase it. Mostly less time, less budget, more testing. That is the concept. That is the theme of our testing. Less budget, less time, more testing. How do we conduct? That is a solution. Right? If you propose this kind of information, client will accept it. Or if you have some more things in his mind, he can add to that list. So if you are not able to do alone, we can able to hire one more person, or we can upgrade to the automation. Those are the possible solutions to fix the problem. But define this definition is important, right? In how many devices we are supposed to conduct testing? 100 combinations my client proposed. Then we need to conduct 100 device testing as well. So we need to hire a automation engineer to write the script for our application. Let's purchase the cloud services, run the automation script in all the devices. Matter over. Or else hire 10 more testers like us, arrange 10 devices to each one. Those are the solutions. If you come up with a plan, those are the solutions. Right? Any questions so far? Arranging this matrix is very important and it is complex as well. Why it is complex? You need to have a complete picture of what kind of models available in the market. What kind of models customers will use more. So developers.android.com will provide all the solutions for that. Which operating system we need to take, which screen sizes are more frequently used, which handheld device is having the more hits. Or else you can able to Google it for. What are the craziest devices used by Android users? What is the best screen size for Android devices? You can ask ChatGPT. It will give you the results. So that way we can able to have this picture. Right? So these are the different testing types which we covered yesterday. We derived some testing scenarios to robust your knowledge, or at least you need to have idea. So I need to create test case for this. I need to create test case for this. So far we haven't introduced the requirement, right? Next. So post lunch we can able to go with the requirement. Before that, what is virtual device? Cloud virtual device and local. So cloud devices, yesterday we are familiar with the Sauce Lab, right? Let me open the Sauce Lab once again. Oh. So whatever we discussed so far comes under non-functional testing. It is not comes at functional testing. All these are non-functional testing. That means, do we cover functionality so far? No. Yeah. So these are the virtual devices and real devices. We covered yesterday virtual real devices, right? Right. What is this? So let me select one app. Yes, one app. If you want to test your iOS devices, just go with this app and select iOS device. In between, you can able to get the practice. So this is the mobile real device. Yesterday we covered Samsung Galaxy S19. Now I can able to select Android, Google API emulator, Android, version 12. I want to check with version 10, right? I want to select version 10. Start test. I want to make all the items are cloud. Instead of installing every software at your own place or own laptop, I'm making it as a virtual. So you can able to just log in and use the services. And again, I'm showing the Android Studio as a heads up, but we are not at all using in the real time all these Android Studio nowadays. Before these cloud devices, we are using Android Studio for our all these virtual devices testing. But now, so we have virtual devices at online, right? So we are using those virtual devices. Anyhow, I'll show you the demo of Android Studio and Android debug bridge commands. See this? Same concept, right? But it is not a real device. It is a virtual device. It is not a real device. It is a virtual device. Same bag. Again, I'm using the same bag. Scroll up. We are adding one more product or two more products. Add to cart. Add it to the cart. Open the cart. Proceed to checkout. It is asking the username and password. Let's check. Do we have any guest account? No. We don't have any account. Okay. Let's come back. QR code scanner. This is the QR code scanner at your application. Next. Catalog. You know what is catalog? List of products available on your application. All the products, categories, product reviews, tags, okay, attributes comes under product. So this is the catalog. That is the list of products exist on your mobile app is nothing but catalog. Right? This is called Android emulator. Previously, what it is? Samsung device. Now, what it is displaying? So we covered real devices. Yesterday I showed my mobile, right? So today we are showing virtual devices. Yesterday we covered with Samsung Android devices. So these are the three categories of environments where we can able to test our application. One more thing. Let me close this, end this session. I want to start a new test. All right. So these are the list of devices. These are the list of devices. As per our Excel sheet, you can able to figure out what kind of 5.5 inches screens we do have, what kind of 6 inches screen we do have, what kind of 7 inches screen we do have, what kind of 4 inches screens we do have in the list, and we can able to configure accordingly. If you have number of lists, can we able to select that? What are the MediaTek devices? What are the Snapdragon devices? What is the 4 GB RAM? What is the 2 GB RAM? What is the 16 GB RAM? Can you able to figure it out? So cloud devices make our life very easy as a tester. Earlier we have lots of struggle. So we'll fight with the client. So I need an approval for purchasing the iPhone 10. Why Ram? Previously only we invested 1 lakh rupee for iPhone 9. You are asking me very immediately iPhone 10. Yes. We have your latest customers who are using 10. So recently we got a Google review for the iOS 10 or iPhone 10 with our application is getting crashed. We need to fix it. We need a device. So that is the older story now. Yes, we have the device at SaaS Lab with less cost. Please purchase 5 hours. We can able to complete your testing on 5 hours. It is not 1 lakh this time. It is around 2 to 3,000 of rupees. Make somewhat easier, right? Less cost, more productivity. Right. Next comes to the local Android systems. So go with the developer.android.com. I'll show you. There is a software called Android Studio. You have to install into your local computer. But if your computer is very good condition, more than 8 GB RAM, and it is ultra fast, then only try to do these things. If not, you will run into the what we can say, bad problems at your computer. It is getting slow, your memory is consumed. Around 20 to 25 GB is required to set up all the tools and softwares. Usually it is for not for testing, it is for development. I'll try to show you. Click on Android Studio. Download Android Studio. There is end user license agreement. EULA we can call it as. What happened? Select it. Downloading the latest version for my computer. It is downloading. It is taking 3 hours or 4 hours of time. Let's keep this aside. I'll show you some videos how to install it. Whenever you have free time and your system is responding to you very quickly, then try this. If not, just have your knowledge and keep this in mind and ignore. So these are the frequent downloads or previous versions of downloads. Okay. So see this. A recommended, that means most stable version. If you have any issues with the latest builds, go with the recommended builds. Fine. You have a download. Once it is downloaded, you can go with the user guide. What do you mean by user guide? Help guide. To install, to download, okay, to get these things done for us. I'll go with how to install the Android Studio. That is the next concept, right? Downloading, installing. Let me copy this particular link for your reference. Cloud devices use. It's pretty clear or not? We already have a practice, basic practice. This is to download and install. Yeah, download. Sir, I browsed this URL, but I'm not able to see any exe file. That is only for install, not for the download. To get it download, latest trend is cloud devices testing. SaaS Labs are some kind of this. We are not promoting only SaaS Lab. Yesterday I promoted so many things, right? SaaS Lab is easy to configure with Gmail. Few other vendors are expecting some company email IDs. So that is the reason we are taking the help of SaaS Lab. And they are giving more minutes. Who is offering more free? That is our favorite vendor, right? That is what we are doing. This is the installation. Are you using Windows or not? Let me play a movie for you. How to install Android Studio. Again, it's an optional. It is not mandatory. Why? Because we already used the virtual device available on the cloud. We have a virtual device available at the cloud. So you don't want to worry about this. Let me pause this. Whenever we do not have a facility of cloud sources, definitely I need to install. I ask you to install and do all these nasty things in your local computer. It may run, it may not run. If it is not run in your computer, what will you do? You'll come back to me with that laptop. So we are avoiding that and we are taking the help of cloud. So this is the example for cloud. What happened to your device? This is the production bug. So taking the time to reload the page whenever you are switching between different tabs. Is it a problem or not? So let me create one more, okay, device for your reference. I want to use Samsung virtual device. Earlier I used Android virtual device. You can able to use Google virtual device. Apple means iOS, not for this next workshop. We can do that in next workshop. Right, Galaxy. What is the device you are supposed to use? Yeah, you can able to select whatever you want. I want Galaxy S20. What is the Android version? It is not displaying. Just give me a minute. Something is went wrong. Mobile app select cheskoledha. Just give me a minute. Yes. Thank you. All right. So we are good with Galaxy S10. Are we previously completed with 20, right? Yes. Android Galaxy S20, Android 11. Which manufacturer? If you do not have more budget, we can go with the virtual devices. If we have medium budget, go with the cloud devices. If we have huge budget and we have 100 testers, go with real devices. I don't want anything. I don't want to test. You do not have any job. Either you can go with the real devices testing, or you can go with the virtual devices testing, or you can go with the cloud devices testing. Or all together you can solve our problem. Few real devices, few virtual devices, few cloud devices. That is a pretty much sound solution. So where is our video? Yes, it is available. Let's look at this video. So how to install Android Studio to create local virtual devices and use some commands like ADB commands. I'll let you know what exactly it is in the post lunch. So now click on it. He already downloaded. That's the exe file. Double click on the exe file. You know this, right? How to install an application? Same, but it is having some sequence of steps. Extracting. Welcome to Android Studio setup. Click on next. Click on next. Makki ki makki. Follow the screen if you are installing an application. Click on next. I agree. Go with the next. Where exactly it is saving? C program files, Android Studio. All the files copied to C program files, Android Studio. Everything is copied. In your machine, it is not that much speed. At least it takes 15 minutes of time. For sure, whatever the configuration you have, it will hang. And then they are launching the application. Android Studio will open. To set up all these things in your local computer, at least 30 minutes is required to set up all these things which is provided in the video. So these are the devices we discussed, right? Auto, bigger screens, watches, glasses, mobile phones, tablets. But our testing is limited to apps and tablets. Mirasme tablet ka sir. Peddha screen tablet. Ante mobile kante peddhaga untadi kada aa tablets. So it downloading the all required components. Okay, necessary prerequisites we can call it as. To download, okay, all prerequisites is we are waiting for few seconds of time. Right, click on finish. Your Android Studio will be launched soon. All prerequisites are set up on your computer to get these things, okay, visible. Okay, click on a new Android Studio project. They will create it. This is almost done. So once it is available, we can launch the Android Studio very frequently. Mostly it is used by whom? Developers. But why do we use this Android Studio? To create virtual devices and play with it for our testing purpose. I don't have money to purchase cloud virtual devices. What should I do? This is the alternative. This is the alternative solution. Yes, we are done. Is movie sounds good? Next. I'll show you one more thing, one more video. So create and manage virtual device on Android Studio. As it is a tedious process, I am also not installing that application. I'm showing some help document for your future purpose. If your company asks you to download and install Android Studio, this will help you. If not, in the interview, what you can able to showcase? I'm not installing Android Studio. Instead, we are using the cloud services. What kind of cloud services you are using? SaaS Lab. Browser Stack. If you are interested to Browser Stack, you can able to use it. But we are having more free hours on the SaaS Labs to practice. So we are using SaaS Labs. Anything is fine. Yeah, most frequently used cloud services, Browser Stack. So most famous, right? So this is virtual device manager. There is an option in the Android Studio. In the Android Studio, we have an option called Android Virtual Device Manager. So these are the devices we created. How we are able to see in the Virtual Device Manager in the SaaS Lab. Before creating this, or else you can see this Android emulator, right? Let me close this. Mobile virtual. So this is the fields, right? By clicking on or by selecting these items, we can able to select the device or not. That is exactly similar to this available here. These are the list of available devices on your local computer. If you install which software? Android Studio. Or else you can able to create a device with your own interest, like what we are selecting in the SaaS Labs. SaaS Lab also will use Android Studio in the backend and providing the flexibility to create virtual devices. These are the operations you can able to perform. Duplicate, wipe data, that is clearing the data. Cold boot now, that means restarting the device from scratch. Show on disk, view details, delete. These are the Android virtual devices. Screen sizes, resolutions. This is the screen size, diagonal. Screen sizes. Click on next. Next screen will be displayed. OS selection. Next, once AVD is available, you need to educate your device. You should be see your phone on portrait mode or landscape mode. Tablets always landscape mode. Okay. So mobile phones always on portrait. Create a hardware profile. So what is RAM, what size, how much size of RAM you are using, how much size of your screen size you are using, and click on finish. Edit AVDs. So I'm looking for a video to show you a demo, which is available in the screen. Where is this? Yeah, if possible, I'll show you this the live in the device while after installing the Android Studio. But it is a tedious process and it takes some time. So let me show the video. If not possible, we can able to show the live in the afternoon session. I'm not able to show this. Yeah, let's ignore this. We'll show you the live demo post lunch. So exactly similar to this. How you are creating here, we can create from your laptop. So let's ignore this. Next. So we have Android Studio components. So in the Android Studio, we can able to understand. Okay. So AVD manager or virtual device manager. By using this component or a tool, we can create n number of virtual devices. Virtual devices. Second one, ADB, Android Debug Bridge. It is a bridge between your computer and your mobile phone. Your computer and your mobile phone. So we have few commands. ADB, install APK file. ADB, install or -s, specify the device name. Specify the device name. On which device we need to install. Which device we need to install? -S stands for specify device name. What is the operation we are going to use? Install APK file location. ADB -D install APK file. -D stands for device. Okay, so we have virtual device, we have real devices, right? -D stands for real device. If we have more than one device, use -S. If I have only one device, use -D. And there is a virtual devices as well, right? We can call it as emulator. Android virtual devices, we can call it as emulator. -E stands for emulator. More than one device is connected or more than one emulator is connected, we can able to use -S. Okay. ADB logcat. So this is displaying the log files. What is log file? Backend information or history for front-end operations. Those things need to be displayed on logcat. By using this command only, yesterday we conducted or we captured some log files in the SAS labs. Backend, they are using this particular command. Right? So these commands we can able to practice on the post lunch on the Android tool. I'll install and I'll show you those commands, how exactly they'll work. Right? So this is somewhat important interview question. What are the ADB commands you are familiar? 5 minutes read. Right? So, but we need to have a practical information. We can able to see that. So this is postponing to post lunch. Next. After all these non-functional discussion, okay, we need to have a basic understanding of mobile apps and their difficulty or challenges in the testing. Am I right? Forget about the functional testing. Functional testing is very easy, like web application testing. Instead of click, we need to use tap. That is only the change. In the navigation, instead of click, we need to use the tap. That is only the functional change. Whatever your requirement is mentioning for login, same login is available here. Logout, same logout is available here. Okay. So search box, same search box is available here. Drop down, same drop down is available here. There is no fundamental changes between functional testing in web application testing as well as mobile apps testing. The only change is additional testing types which we discussed so far. You are done with those scenarios. Majority of testing complexity is already cleared from you for your apps. Around 50 scenarios we derived, right? Am I right or not? So post lunch, we can able to have a discussion over Android debug commands and functional testing on mobile apps and interview question and answers. Okay, so we'll wind up this session now and we can able to continue at 2 to 5, right? 3 hours. 1 hour for Android Studio, 1 hour for functional testing and requirements discussion, 1 hour for interview question and answers, right? So take this time, okay, for your revision purpose. I'll share one Excel sheet with you. There are 100 testing scenarios. Please go through those scenarios at your time in between 12 to 2. Clear? So we are giving 1 hour time to review that particular Excel sheet which is having 100 scenarios. I'll share through different groups which we have. Right? So if after post lunch, I'll walk through that particular scenarios in the high level. So all these testings, what we covered, almost covered, are similar to those 100 scenarios. We are extending to 50 to 100 more detailed scenarios. Okay? Right. So we'll get back to you at 2 o'clock. Before that, I'll share an Excel sheet. You need to complete that. At least read one time. That is only the prerequisite to start our post-lunch class. In the post-lunch, what we discussed? We are about to discuss ADB commands once again with a practical approach, either in the virtual device or virtual device on the cloud or virtual device on our local computer. Second thing, functional requirements in one application. Third one, very important thing for us, interview question and answers. Right? So we can able to take care about it. Thank you guys. We'll connect back at 2 o'clock. Online guys, any questions? Online guys, am I audible? So any idea about the Excel sheet? Open that just for a while. Open the spreadsheet which we shared. Right? Please go through. Okay, spreadsheet with test scenarios. There are 5 sections. Okay, with a few test conditions. So these are the non-functional testings which we covered on the top of the class. So we have a detailed step-by-step scenario for those discussions which we had. Okay, so let's take a look at this particular spreadsheet before writing any tests in your future projects. Right? If you guys have any questions, okay, or else let me give this. Okay, so if you have any questions about this mobile application testing, so you can able to connect with me through this email ID or this particular WhatsApp number. Right. So we need to check with Android Studio for first one. Second one, we need to understand the functional testing, okay, on one project. So how project requirements looks like for mobile applications, how do we understand that? So that is the second part. Third part, what are the interview questions? Which we may encounter in the actual interview about mobile applications with Android, and how to add key elements in the resume with respect to mobile apps. What kind of information we need to add for this in your resume? How do we get the extra mileage with respect to mobile application testing in your resume? Few keywords for the professional summary, few keywords for the project. Okay, so we have 2 ways. You can able to directly mention that latest project is we are working on mobile apps. Why it is latest? Mobile apps are latest compared to the web applications. So we need to add it as a first project in your resume. Or else we are a testers, one who do both web application testing plus mobile apps testing for the same applications. At that moment, we need to add few roles and responsibilities with respect to mobile apps. Or else you can able to add complete project. So we can able to discuss that on last hour, right? So Android Studio. So it was installed into my computer. Click on open. So I don't want to train you this open, right? You know how to open the application from your Windows or not? So just we installed based on the video. So we installed the application and it was opening. Select UI theme. Okay. Next. Accept. Okay. See this. Select this. Here also we have one aspect, one accept. So click on finish. So all these prerequisites. Previously I installed the Android Studio, but to run Android Studio, few more softwares are required for us. So those were downloading and installing. Once this is ready, we can able to create our own virtual device. All these complexities to create just virtual device. Why we need to use the virtual device? Just to save some money for your client. If you want to go more details, click on show details. What it is going on the screen, you can able to see. Downloading platform 33. Okay, from Google server. If you are not interested in details, you can able to ignore it. Wait for a few minutes. So we are trying to install this particular required components into your computer to launch virtual device. So it was successfully installed, all the required components. Click on finish. Okay, so you want to click on new project. Just this is nothing, just to create your all the things. Finish. It is building a sample application for us. You need not worry about that sample application. So we don't want to use it. This tool is only for developing the Android applications. Even though why we are using this for our testing? To create virtual devices and play with virtual devices. Okay, we are done. Click on finish. We can able to see the Android Studio application page. So this is the page. So previously what we discussed, there is a virtual device manager trying to locate that virtual device manager or virtual. See this. This is the tool tips. Device manager. Project with Gratna. SDK manager. What we are supposed to work on? Device manager. This is the device manager. First component. There is another version called as SDK manager. Okay, 2 managers. How many managers we are taking care about? 2 managers. Let's understand this clearly. Okay, if you are able to explain this to your interviewer, so you will get a mobile application testing job very easily. Right. So first thing in Android Studio. So Android Studio. Okay, first we can download and install the Android Studio in your computer. This is already done. Second thing, set up the Android Studio with all required components. Third one, okay, so we need to understand 3 components. How many components? 3 components. First one, AVD manager or device manager. Old name is AVD manager, Android Virtual Device Manager. Current name is, we are avoiding Android Virtual. Instead, we are going to the device manager. Right. Second thing, SDK manager. Third one, we already discussed about ADB, Android Debug Bridge. Today, in the first 1 hour discussion, we would like to discuss 3 points. First one, AVD manager or device manager. So how we can able to create the virtual devices, real devices, connect to the real devices and all these things. Second one, software development kit manager, SDK manager. What do you mean by SDK? Software development kit. So this is SDK stands for, so a developer, how do they develop the application, required components, tools, collectively we can call it as SDK, software development kit. So by using this kit, developer would like to create the applications. Android SDK, Android applications. Okay. iOS SDK, iOS application. BlackBerry SDK, BlackBerry applications. XYZ SDK, XYZ applications. Windows SDK, Windows applications. So as we are working on Android apps, Android SDK is incorporated already with Android Studio. Okay. So what is SDK manager? SDK manager is useful to download all required operating system and tools. If you want to create a virtual machine with Android 12, you need to have Android 12 in your computer, right? How do we download that? By using SDK manager. So to create virtual devices, XYZ tool is required. That XYZ tool is copied from Google server to your local computer with the help of SDK manager. SDK manager is responsible to create all required components to create the virtual devices. Okay. So Android virtual device is useful to create devices with available components. Components are downloaded from SDK manager. Use those components, create virtual devices with the help of device managers. You can able to create the device, you can able to edit the device, you can able to delete the device from Android virtual device manager or device manager. So I'll demonstrate each individual, okay, with clear options. Right. So which OS version we want to create? Okay. These are the developer previews. We are not touching that. So click on OK or apply. Click on apply. So following components will be installed. Whatever you have selected, 257 MB. Okay. After installation, it is 1 GB. Are you okay? Then it will be installed. It is downloading the all required components into your computer. Without platform, can you able to create the device? We need the operating system, right? So where we are exactly downloading that? SDK manager. In the SDK manager, so we have, let me run on background. So it is not available front end. So we can able to use other options. Click on background. See this SDK platforms. So that is operating systems mentioned here. Am I right or not? So already yesterday we mentioned about KitKat, Lollipop, Marshmallow, Nugget, Oreo, Pi, Q, R, S, T. These are the names, right? What we discussed yesterday. So those names are, I haven't copied from Google. I copied from SDK manager. Every day I'm using the SDK manager. So every day I'm selecting the operating systems. Can I able to remember the names or not? So if you are doing the frequent operations with this SDK manager, you can able to remember those names like me. Nothing special. Don't want to by heart. Right. Second one is SDK tools. What are the tools required? So if you do not want to invest your brain or talent or intelligence, select all, install. If you want to use little, I'll let you know what are mandatory to use for our internal purpose or creation of. So Intel x86 emulator is mandatory to install. That is the first one. Google USB driver. So if you want to connect your mobile device with USB to your computer, if you want to connect your mobile with your USB drive or USB device, then you can able to have this option. Google web driver. Okay. So next, Google Play services. If you want to install directly from Google Play Store in your virtual device, select this. Okay, so we don't want to use Android Auto API simulator, right? We are not at all using. See, if you want to use, follow this. If not, select all, download. That is best possible way. We don't want to struggle a lot. Select this, but it is required memory. It is consuming a memory and internet speed as well. So these are the sites where we can able to download reference sites. We don't want to use it. Okay, where exactly SDK manager downloading? These are the relevant sites, Google provided sites, just for your reference. So we are going to deal with SDK tools, SDK platforms. Sir, I don't want to use, okay, my intellectual brain, I don't want to consume it for only for Android. Select all, download. So put it on your night. In the morning, everything will be downloaded and ready for you. That is the best option. But it requires internet speed and it requires space.
So no issues.
No issues will come. Okay. Right. So we have few tools. Apply. Click on OK. See how much it is. All right. Based on that, you can able to estimate. So it's not total. Okay. Click on it. If you select all, it is consuming around 50 to 60 MB of space after installing, after you are downloading, after you are using. Until unless you are not using, don't use that. I'll not recommend to do this, but at least explore for a while. If it is something is went wrong, really your machine is not responding, go and uninstall it immediately. Right? If it is installed, you can able to display it as installed. Right. Click on OK finally. This is the importance of SDK manager. Can you able to do it? Where exactly it is available? Top right corner. Okay, na? Tooltip SDK manager. You don't want to do anything. Open the SDK, open the Android Studio, go the top right corner, open the SDK manager. Second one, device manager. Open it. So SDK install 5 packages. Fine. So there is a create button, right? You want to create a virtual device or physical device? Exactly similar to your SaaS Lab options. Mobile real devices, mobile virtual devices. In Android Studio also we have a physical devices, virtual devices. Click on why we come here. Create a virtual device. So Android virtual devices will be called as emulators. What we can call it as emulator. Emulator is a device where we can able to select defined hardware. I want to use 2 GB RAM. Yes, it is possible. I want to use 4 GB RAM. Yes, it is possible. I want to use 16 GB RAM. Is your machine is having 16 GB first? You need to check that. My machine is 56 GB RAM. Then you can able to use 16 GB. My machine is only 8 GB RAM. How do you define 16 GB RAM? Is it possible? No. Virtual machines is nothing but in your computer, if it is 8 GB RAM, you can able to give lending the 2 GB RAM to your virtual device. How many 2 GB machines you can able to run? 2 max of. 2 GB one device, 2 GB another device. You want 4 GB? One device only. So why? Because it is consuming your RAM. You are consuming your processor. Why? Because it is running only on your computer. So with emulators, so your system performance a bit downgraded. So which phone you are selecting? Pixel 5, 6. What is the screen size? Select one. Click on next. These screens morning we observed, right? We are practically seeing that. See this. Which operating system? Nothing is downloaded so far. Let me click on one. Just for your namesake, I am downloading one operating system. Around it is 1.5 GB. Around 1.5 GB, one operating system. If you want to install all, 50, 60 GB. And internet speed also we need to consider, right? Wait for 2 minutes. Okay, so far what we discussed, SDK manager is responsible to facilitate all operating systems, all required tools to create virtual devices. Step 1, without having all the required components, can we able to create virtual device? We stop it, right? Why? Operating system is not yet ready. Without operating system, can we be able to launch the mobile phone? No. Second one, device manager. In the device manager, there are 2 facilities. You want to connect through physical devices or you want to create virtual devices. So meanwhile, let me go with, can we able to make it as a, no, minimize. Okay, is going on. Okay, unable to escape from this. So wait for few more minutes. It is completing. Meanwhile, I'll write some ADB commands for your sake. What is the first command? ADB install APK file location, or else drag and drop APK file. So, but to install ADB, so we need to use the command prompt. How to open the command prompt? Windows or CMD. Windows or CMD. It will open the command prompt. Let's type ADB. It is saying that ADB is not recognizable. I am not sure what exactly ADB is. I'm not able to find out ADB. So we need to set up the class path. That means we are indicating the computer. Here is my ADB. You use from there. We are indicating that. How do we get that? First, we need to identify where exactly we have the ADB. Go with the C. Program files. There is a Android. Android Studio. That is what we installed, right? In the Android Studio, there is a bin. In the bin, where is this? One second. There is a platform tools we do have. 1 second. Percentage, temp percentage, local. Here we have Android. Yes. Android SDK. Here we have some platform tools. See this? We have some platform tools. Let me go with this location. Location of ADB in your computer. If you install the Android Studio. C uses Dell App Data, local, Android, SDK, platform tools. This is ADB. Copy this location. Okay, so is it done? Yes, finish. Yeah, wait. So we can able to go there in a minute. Click on this PC. Right click. Properties. This environmental variables. Environmental variables. Okay. So let's go with the path. Okay. So add a new one. So we are educating the computer. Mr. Computer, I have ADB here. Please bring my ADB command from this location. whenever I am using. So we are setting that environmental variable. Okay, let me check. Okay. Close the command prompt. Windows R, CMD. Type ADB. No. Okay, it was added. Let me try once again. So now it was recognized. So by educating the system from the environmental variables, so we set up ADB. So how to set up the ADB? Open environmental variables. Let me show you once again. Environmental variables, open. Click on environmental variables. So click on path. Click on edit. So click on new path. And so from where you copied ADB location, right? Where exactly it is available? This is the location. Copy this location, enter here. This is the location. Click on OK. Again, click on OK. Click on OK. Reopen the command prompt. Again, open the command prompt and type ADB. Now, if you are supposed to install, okay, any APK file onto your ADB install, drag and drop APK file or copy the APK file location. Okay, before that we need to create one device or emulator, right? Right. Next one, come to here, click on next. My OS is ready. Android 13, click on next. So you want to portrait only, right? Show advanced settings. So these are the advanced settings available here. Quick boot, cold boot, how many core GPUs, what is the RAM size, right? So it is 1.5 GB or else you can able to go with 2048. You can't finish. So based on your recommendation, so your device is ready, right? If you want to create another virtual device, create device. Okay, select a phone. Click on next. So it was already downloaded. If you want, download another one as well. So already downloaded one. Click on next. So don't want to go with anything, any change. Click on finish. So similar to this, you need to create n number of virtual devices without having any financial transactions. Am I right or not? So this is what virtual device is. Click on, see. So here also we have so many options. This is the name of the phone. This is the API level. This is the size on the disk. So this is the folder structure. This is edit. If you want to edit something, you need to edit from here, this edit icon. So that's, I want to start one emulator. Let me try my luck. So we are trying our luck.
The first part over there. Our waste manager.
So click on play button and wait for few seconds. Connecting to the emulator. What it is? It is trying to connecting to the emulator. Emulator is a software, right? We are creating the software and it is launching on your virtual, Android Studio. So exactly it looks like your a real device. How you are booting your device, exactly similar to that. We can able to get those kind of information, but we need to wait based on your system performance. Okay, there is no other way or there is no other choice. So this is how we are creating the virtual devices. There is a folder structure, right? So if it is activated, open this file. Okay, this will be folder structure for your applications. Without having the device, we can't able to see this. So this is your menu components. This is the buttons, hard keyword, right? Home button, recent tabs, okay, back button, orientation, rotate right, rotate left. This is the volume buttons. This is the power button. So this is the camera button. This is the video button. Okay. So this is snapshots, capturing the screenshots for your testing. These are the options we are able to see in the morning cloud services as well, right? So he is not doing much more than this, but it is deployed on cloud. So your emulator is available on your local computer. Same thing, right? Right. So it is booting.
So what is the API?
What is? That's what I'm saying. What is API?
33.
What is API?
33, sir.
What is API? I too don't know. So we need to wait for launching the particular virtual device. How exactly we are seeing in the SaaS lab in the morning, exactly similar to, can we able to create the virtual device? It will be launched. We can able to install the application. To install the application, see this. Install APK file, right? So there is a command called ADB devices. So this is the device. 1 second. Better text, can we able to see the command? Right. So what is the first command? ADB devices. What are the devices connected to your computer? Either it is a virtual device or real device. So how many devices it is connected? One device. So this emulator 5554 is your device name. Is your device name. So if you want to install, right, ADB install. Why? Because only one device is there. So no confusion. Install APK file. Where exactly we have APK file? Let me download one APK file for you. Or let me check. Do we have any APK in your machine or not? This is the APK, right? Let me drag and drop this APK file on this. Complete path need to be provided to your tool. ADB is a tool, command line tool. ADB is a command line tool. That means it will be executed only on command. So ADB, what is the command? What is the operation you are performing? I would like to install. ADB install. Which application you want to install? My APK file. Give that location. Click on enter. See this? It is failed to install. Why? So there is a null pointer exception. Something is went wrong. Okay. Okay. So now as a tester, it is your responsibility. So is it really a good APK file? Then you need to check the emulator. Good emulator, good APK, both are bad. That is the troubleshooting. Why exactly it is failed? Is it APK file problem or emulator problem? Are you sure? We need to make sure it. So you can try with one more device, same APK, to check that APK is good or bad. One more emulator to check APK is good or bad. In both the emulators, it is failing. Then APK fail problem. In another device, it is successfully installed. Then the emulator problem. Got my point? Right. So just give me a minute. We can able to download more APK files to play. We have so many APK files here to conduct a testing. Show in folder. Right? These are the APK file, right? Let me drag and drop another APK file. What is the command? ADB install. ADB install APK file. Again, wait. Wait for installation. It is waiting. I hope it will get success. But wait. Okay, so what is this? Oh, timed out. So that is the reason I mentioned that. So without your system support, we can't able to create the emulators. Let me try once again. Okay, this is getting an error. ADB devices. If it is activated, we may not run into this problem. Let me open other one as well. Starting another virtual device. This is another device, new device. See, this is impacting your system performance and your system should be ready with this. So mostly from past 6-7 years, I am not using this methodology. Earlier in 2013, 14, 15. Okay. So mostly up to 13 and 14 only we use this. After that, we move to cloud services. Okay. So earlier we have a Keynote Anywhere before this browser stack and all these things. So we use Keynote Anywhere. So device anywhere, those two services. Now those are not exist. So it was purchased by some other companies. Right. It is very slow. Why? Because 2 GB RAM machine. How much memory we allocated? 2 GB or 1.5 GB. How much time it is taking? Usually, what is your phone RAM? 4, 6, 8. But I am using 2013 level RAM, 1.3 GB. Again, it is struggling to launch. So this is how it is working on your computer, virtual device on your computer. So let me, yeah, it is still failing. Fine, no problem. Go with the physical devices. Here also we have an option to connect your devices. Pair using Wi-Fi. So I have a Wi-Fi. So there is a provided option, developer options, wireless debugging, pair using QR code or pair using pairing code. Go to developer options, wireless debugging, pair device with pairing code. So which Android system we are supporting this feature? Android 11 plus. So check your operating system version. If your device is applicable, we can able to connect the device and we can able to play from here. So let me go with the developer options. Where do we have the developer options? Go with the settings. There is a about option. In the about, we have an Android version. Okay. In the version, there is a build number. Tap on build number multiple times. There are 7 times it seems. Click on build number. You will become a developer. Oh, so I forgot to display it. Let me connect with the Let's View. How to make your device as a developer owned device? We need to enable developer options at your computer. Right, so go with the settings. In the settings, about a device. In the device, you can have a version. In the version, there is a build number. Click on build number 7 times continuously. You will become a developer. So it is saying that the operation is not required as you are already developer. Just now I make it as a 7 tabs. So it is showing that I'm a developer. So don't use this unnecessarily. You may get hacked. It's your own risk to make yourself ready for developer options. But let's try once and we can able to get back to the previous stage as well. Okay, go with the settings and see or search for developer options. So there is a developer option, right? Select that. So developer option is enabled. If you don't want to make yourself as a developer, disable this or turn off this. For testing, turn on, then you can able to turn off. Right. Next. What is mentioning? Go with the same location. Developer options, wireless debugging. Wireless debugging. Let's see. Wireless debugging. So USB debugging. will be utilized to connect your device through USB and do the debugging. Right? I don't have a USB device with me. So I can able to go with. I am much easy with. So click on allow. In this network, we are activating this wireless debugging. Are you really interested to do it? Allow me. Okay. Now, open this pair device with QR code. Click on that option. If we are really lucky, we can able to connect. Wireless debugging is connected. We are getting the success. So 1 plus my device is connected. What you can do with this device? So previously we are checking with the devices command, right? How many devices connected? Let me clear this. So ADB devices. What are the devices connected? This is another device, right? Why it is device displayed here? I connected through wireless. So ADB devices is a command where you can able to fetch all connected devices through wireless and USB and emulator as well. In my system, I have one emulator, one device. So I want to install an application. ADB install, drag and drop APK file. Where is the folder with APK file? Here is the APK. Let's drag and drop APK file. Right? Click on enter. Understand the problem? Mr. Customer, I am not a intelligent human like you. I am your tool. I am able to identify two devices. Which device you asked me to install? Is it the meaning? What we need to provide? We can able to provide the two options. -D stands for real device. -D stands for real device. Install. Again, drag and drop APK file. Got it? We are eliminating the emulator. Why? Because we have one emulator, one device. Why it is no device? Just give me a minute. It should provide my device name, but why it is not displaying? Let me try this command. Yeah. So performing install. I'm not sure why -D is not working. So yes, it is success. Check. Do we have any new applications in your phone? What is the application we installed? Okay, so go with the settings. App management. The app management, we have the apps. So what is the app? So there is a app tester. It was installed successfully. Right? So the APK is not having any problem. Or let me uninstall this. If you want, you can able to uninstall. So can we able to install the application through your real device from your ADB command? Right. What is the command we are using? -S. I'm not sure why exactly it was failed. Is -D is deprecated or not? Let me ADB.
Before lunch class.
So ADB devices is the first command where we can able to trace out the number of devices which are connected to your computer. Second one, ADB install APK file. Drag and drop APK file. If more than one device is connected, it throws an error. So I have multi devices connected. So how to solve it? The only solution is -S, specify name. S stands for specify name. Mr. Customer, where exactly I want to create this installation. -S stands for specify name. What is the name? Copy from right. And what is the command? Command is nothing but operation which we are supposed to do. Install. From where we are copying? Drag and drop the APK file. Click on enter. Performing installation. Let's hope for the best. Success, everyone can able to do it. For failure, only extraordinary conditions only we got failed. We have error, it seems. Yes. So it is getting delayed. This is the device. You can able to see the folder structure as well. Okay. Permissions. Type of connection. Wi-Fi. Okay. So these are the emulators. Let me check why it is getting failed. So these are the errors. See this. It is dancing. These kind of dancings we need to identify in your application. Is it dancing or not? Without my intention, it is playing with me. I'm not able to select right item in this particular drop down. These kind of issues we need to trace out in your testing. We are not testers for Android Studio. I do understand that. But this is the situation. I am the customer. I am facing the problem. In your future, you are the tester. Let's trace out these kind of issues if there is any in your application or in your project. Is it dancing or not? Right. Any drop down in your project, if dances, that is a issue. If it is not, basically it is not dancing. We make something to make it as a dancer. Try to do it. What we did previously, we clicked on the physical device and folder structure. See this, now it is stable. Now it is stable or not? Right. Next, dancing. It is stable and then dancing. Right. So tester need to have a patience. Why? Because very immediately it is not dancing. After a while it is dancing. So we need to have all these things in your mind and do a effective testing. This is a real problem, right? Right, guys. So this is virtual devices and ADBs and SDK manager and AVD manager. So finally, we understand some commands. Okay, ADB. What are the commands? ADB devices, ADB install, APK file, ADB -S, name of the device, install. You do not want to forget about the operation which you are going to perform. Okay, install. APK file, you don't want to do that, right? So just drag and drop. Nothing to do much. Where exactly you have the APK file in your computer? Drag and drop on the command line tool. Is it that much difficult? Only remembering the -S and copying the device name from ADB devices. These are the two difficulties which I observe. You know ADB very well. You know install operation. You know APK file where exactly it is. The only pending thing to remember or to put your memory file is nothing but -S.
So the location always in the same place.
Wherever you have the APK file, that is the location. It is at your home. Your home is the location. It is at my home. My home is the location.
The update is the same path.
Yes, that is the same. And one more is ADB logcat. So it is saying that your device is not running. We are throwing an error, right? Right. So this is like, so you can be able to fetch the data from this device. Where exactly we have the device? A virtual device. Let me run on this. So how many commands? ADB devices, ADB install, ADB -install, ADB logcat. This is just for interviewer's sake. Mostly we will not use all these things for your basic apps testing, right? So my device is Pixel. Yeah, it is adding. Just wait a minute. Let me try to connect. The one is not running. Yeah, still we are getting the problem. It was not ready. So if it is ready, we can able to do it. We need to make this ready. Okay, by end of the day, we can try. So this is what the discussion about different environments we do have. Virtual devices, real devices, cloud devices. Everything is possible, right? So SAS Labs is the best example to showcase your expertise in the cloud services testing or virtual devices testing. So we are going to connect virtual devices from SAS Lab, real devices from SAS Labs, and do our OS compatibility, hardware compatibility testings. Right? Next, come back to the requirement. How mobile application testing looks like. Or testing requirement looks like. Let me check. Do we have any downloaded requirement? So this is a freelancing website where we can able to opt for freelancing project. So this particular test type of will deals with. So if you are able to identify a bug, they will give you the bounty based on your capabilities. Okay. So let me click on. So next workshop we can able to conduct on freelancing website. Okay. So how to register for Test.io, how to pass the exam, all those things. What? All right. This is a sample application. Yesterday we understand about the KGG application, right? So the APK. So this is the file. Okay. So our distribution channel to download the APK file. Next. I mentioned about the proxy, right? This is the proxy URL and port number. This is the username and password. With this username and password only, you can able to trace out that particular client apps. We are working with Test.io. So Test.io proxy details need to be provided in your yesterday provided proxy settings. Where exactly we have Wi-Fi, connect with your Wi-Fi. There is a I symbol for getting the information. There we can have a advanced settings, proxy, click on manual proxy, enter your server name as proxy URL for this particular client. And this is port number. So whenever you provide this, every browse, every refresh will ask you the username and password. So that is validation. Right. Next, these are the requirements. How chart feature will work for us? You know OLX? In the OLX also we have a chat between customers, right? The same feature. Different test scenarios and their expectations. We have to execute all these tests. Is it possible? Right. So exactly similar to that, we have lots of combinations. I'll share this document. Chart notification preferences. We mentioned the notification yesterday, right? What is notification? We need to allow the notifications to receive the notifications from your application. If you disable the notification, do we have any notification? No. Favorite ads or favorite information, save. Okay. Favorites. There is a low heart symbol, right? So to make them as favorite, the same thing. So these are called as modules. Modules with test conditions. Home page. Every application will have a home page, right? How home page looks like? Listings. How ads will list in your application. So you offered a ad. I want to sell my mobile. I have an ad. I want to sell my car. Again, we have categories, right? Next, login. How login will work in your application? How list view will work for you? Okay. So map SRP. What do you mean by map? Location. Where exactly? Okay. This location. So you are selling the phone, right? Where is your location? It will be notified through map. That is a map services. SRP means search results page. Next, in the map SRP, we have two options. One is saved search, filter, sorting, current location. That is one module. Second module, toggle map view, features and pin behavior and drawer. So in the map, you can able to navigate to the map location and able to identify that. Map search results page, third one. Okay, if you're able to open this, you can have responding sub-module. What we can call it as? Sub-module. What we are supposed to test here? These are the tests. These are applying filters. How to apply the filters. Sorting. How sorting will work in your application. So instead of requirements, I am providing the test scenarios to execute them. Can I able to execute? Is it easy? Writing the test cases are difficult. I understand. But what about execution? It is also difficult. Then we are not fit for testing. Execution is very easy. If you are not able to understand, explore it. We know exploratory testing, right? Correct them. Mr. Designer, you did it wrong. Please correct this test case. Test case updation, we can call it as. Next, toggle map view and behavior. This is a sub-module. What are the conditions to test? Can we follow this? Is it easy or difficult? If someone already created the test scenarios and test steps, is it difficult to execute? Right. To avoid the KT only, I documented these scenarios. Okay, for your easy understanding. So swiping up, swiping down on drawer. So how it is behaving? Every condition, instead of condition, we have the test condition. Instead of requirement or user story, we have the test conditions. So instead of your Excel sheet, instead of your Jira, I have in a document. We'll share this for you. If you have any questions, I already provided email, right? On WhatsApp, you can ping me over there. It is very easy. So how you are executing your defects in the academybugs.com. Do you remember 25 bugs? The same way. By end of the day, I'll provide you all this documentation. So many applications, so many features. At least it requires 2 or 3 days to execute completely. This is what we can call as mobile apps experience. If you read all these steps, you have knowledge. If you perform multiple devices in the SAS lab, in your own devices, in the SAS lab, physical devices, in the SAS lab, virtual devices, 4 times, then you are having 1 year of experience. You want to read or you want to execute? Choice is yours. Okay, take a call from your end. So there are other options as well. Notification center, how your notifications available on your application. Onboarding, how we are onboarding the customer. Payment, post ad, profile, registration, search 1, search 2, sorting, saved search, user view, VIP swiping, welcome, tour. All these are modules. So it will require at least 2 days of time to understand, 4 days of time to execute. If you have any questions, so mail me, we'll arrange another session for your clarity. Without reading, without following, we can't able to gain the knowledge in mobile apps. There is no crystal clear requirement for any application, which I am working on the mobile apps from 2013 to here. 2013 onwards, I am working with mobile apps. There is no bug identified with respect to the requirements. Everything is either is a non-functional or out of box, or while using some actions, we are getting the issue. So it is not mentioned in the requirement spec. Whatever I said in the Excel sheet with 100 scenarios, that is the key aspects to identify more issues. Make it as a thumb rule to follow Excel sheet, follow this requirement document, gain some knowledge about your application. Everything is shared with you with the help of Google Drive link. Or else let me know whether we can able to provide you in the class. So we can able to get this through email. Yeah, so they will share the Google Drive link where exactly you have multiple APK files, multiple project requirements, multiple notes. So on interview questions, sample resumes, everything is available on that drive. So access after 6 p.m. Okay, and follow those instructions. If really fail to do that, send me out an email or WhatsApp message. So if you are everyone is failing in particular point of time with particular concept, we can arrange one more session as a follow-up session. Right? So it is not that much difficult. You can able to simply understand what exactly it is documented here. Scroll up, check for price drop feature add. Okay, so on-site feature on drawer, price drop. So scroll on map. If you scroll on map, if you are able to see the price drop, is it easy to understand or not? Even still, if you are not able to find out, so ping me in the WhatsApp or Gmail. So we'll get back to you. Right? First, try for this. Is it really giving attention to execute the test cases or not? If you fail, again we can come back and we'll arrange the follow-up session. This is about the project. So take 10 minutes of break and come back, or else take 20 minutes of break and come back at 4 o'clock. 4 to 5 we can able to conduct interview question and answers. Valuable and important to get the job. Right. Thank you guys. Right. So we need to understand how to prepare our resume with mobile apps. Advanced. Right. So we need to add one extra point in your roles and responsibility. That is, what is the first one? Understand user stories and prepare test scenarios, right? This is your first point in your resume or not? In the roles and responsibility. Prepare test scenarios. Okay, next. Receive the mobile application through distribution channel. Okay. To install it on mobile phone. Okay. Conduct installation, upgrade, uninstallation testings. If you are mentioning only mobile apps, follow this structure. If you are already using mobile application plus web application at same project, I'll change few recommendations. Same as usual. Regression testing. Okay, smoke, sanity. Whatever you mentioned for your project, the same thing, copy paste. Is there any change in functional testing? Is there any change in UI testing? Is there any change in smoke, sanity, retesting, regression testing? Same line, same old line. Okay, defects. Do we have any change? Same. The only change is we will receive the build from distribution channels and we install, upgrade, uninstall, and then we can able to do interruption testing. These are the main things. Apart from this, everything is optional based on your project. So these are the additional things we are showcasing on your roles and responsibility of your only mobile apps project. And you are specially trained on Android apps testing. In my project, always we have Android tester, iOS tester. So we are not responsible for both the device testing. We have a specific Android tester, specific iOS testers. In my entire 8 years of mobile apps career, so we always used to have two different teams. My team have two kinds of testers, Android testers, iOS testers. Right? Next, in the professional summary, we have professional summary as well, right? Only those are the changes. There is no change in agile process. There is no change in the bug life cycle. There is no change in the test case design. Everything is same. There is no change in the process. Only we need to add 3 contributions, extra contributions, 3. Okay. So what are the 3? Receive the mobile app through distribution channel. What is the distribution channel? There is a link provided to download. Okay. So Firebase, Mozilla Firebase is an example. Hockey app is an example. iTunes is an example. I don't think they will ask in that detail. We can get the application from distribution channel. So distribution channel is nothing but, in our case, we have the link to download. Right. Next, professional summary. Expertise or experience on Android or Android, if you want to specify Android 12, 13 OS versions. If not, let's ignore. How you are representing? You want to mention only Android or Android 12 and 13? Either is fine. Experience in ADB commands. Do you have it or not? ADB devices, ADB install, ADB-S, ADB logcat. Right? Don't put all. Just for your reference, I am mentioning 4 names. At least one you have to remember if you practice 4. Don't put in your resume 4. Either 1, max of 2. If really capable enough to do all these things on your own, go with 2. Max. If you're really strong, you are extraordinary. So you are doing lots of things. Every day you are spending 30 minutes of time on SAS Lab, on browser stack. Then go with the 2. If not, my recommendation is 1. My recommendation is 1. Prepare well for browser stack or prepare well for SAS Lab and do it as your experience. Like Jira. We have so many vendors in the Jira aspect as well. Jira, Rally, ALM. Okay. So many things are there, but we are depending on Jira. Exactly similar to that. We can able to have browser stack, pCloudy, SAS Lab, Lambda test. 1 you can select and push it on your resume. If you are very good at network testing, memory consumption testing, battery consumption testing, add a note of that. If you are really not confident on that, don't mention on your resume. If you really understand the reason behind, okay, those testings, mention that. Okay, that's the reason I am splitting into multiple points. If you are really good at all the concepts from yesterday to today, you are eligible to write all the things in your resume. Making your resume with all the points is not a interesting thing. Answer for all the interview questions are more interesting aspects. Am I right or not? So don't give unnecessary information to the interviewer. Interviewer may not know about all these things. But if you mention your resume, definitely, if it is a surprising keyword, you will definitely shoot out the question. In such a position, if you are not able to answer, then it will revert back. If you know, if you ask the question, if you are not able to answer, that's fine. If you don't know, you are introducing that particular keyword to him and you are not able to answer for that. Big mess. Okay, all mobile application testers may not have all these knowledge. You can trust me. Okay, you can believe me. And whatever you are familiar, those names, those keywords only you need to showcase in your resume. So that's the reason I'm most worried to write all the names here. Okay, so only use which are familiar to you, where you can able to explain like a pro customer. What do you mean by pro customer? Experienced customer. Everything is an optional. After preparation only, start working on the resume. Add this resume bullet points in the professional summary. If you are very good with interruption testing, practice the Excel sheet which I provided in the before lunch. Okay, whatever you are feeling confident, those things you need to mention here. And parallelly, if someone asks some questions on that area, you need to take the reference of Excel sheet and answer that. If you are not able to understand that Excel sheet, please by heart those scenarios. Simple. If you are able to understand, more worthy things. If you by heart, every interview you need to revise and by heart. If you understand one-time activity, you can think like a pro tester. Either is fine to me, but you need to crack the interview with that knowledge. For sure, no one will ask more than that. If you are not good if you are not good at browser stack, SaaS Lab, pCloud, Lambda test, use this sentence. Experience in working with cloud devices, I'm a great troubleshooter. I'm a great, okay, so exploratory tester. I'm a great self-learner. I'm a great team player. You can add your spices on your own. No, okay, no bar to add these things. No, sir, I'm not an expert. I have only experience. Go with the experience. So, how to prove yourself as a mobile application tester? Like an expert, like an experienced person. Don't go with the knowledge. It will not work out. As an experienced person, you don't want to go with the knowledge. Until notice you have only name of the tool, name of that APK file. Only know about it, then go with the knowledge. If you want to showcase your 3+ years of experience, 2+ years of experience, 1+ years of experience, definitely go with experience or expertise. You are damn sure you can able to ask any questions on the workshop we conducted. Go with expertise. No, I don't have expertise. I can able to manage. Go with the experience. These are the professional summary tips, and previously we have roles and responsibilities. So if you want to mix one project with mobile app plus web app, then roles and responsibility, add only 1 point. This is the only additional point. Why? Because you are a mobile application, so you are including mobile apps too. You are installing the APK file and conducted the smoke testing. So you are educating him, Mr. Interviewer. I know the application testing, mobile apps testing too. So we are inviting all the further testing, functional testing, UA testing, blah 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 are common, right? Yes, this is the only extra point we are covering, right? So if you're really good at tabs as well, you can mention one more point. We conducted this particular test, mobile apps testing, in both mobile devices and tablets. You are good at wristwatches. I conducted testing on mobile devices, tablets, Wear OS or wearable devices. You are good at eyeglasses, add that. You are good at dashboard, add that. But there's not that much required. So you are making yourself as complex in the interview. So without knowing anything, also I'll ask some questions. If it is interesting keyword to me. So if you are putting interesting keyword, yes, you are always allowed with free hand, but you need to explain that. At least few lines, confidently. If you are not able to answer, Why do you want to put that? Escape. Possible you can able to escape. Why you are getting into the problem? So resume is only a representation of what you have in the point of experience, knowledge, expertise. Don't copy the resume. Take it as a reference. Write your own sentence. We have so many templates in the market. And we shared one video with resume guidelines in the YouTube. Please refer that. Received? No? Maybe you are missing the content. In the group, somewhere else they posted in the morning. Let's check that. Prepare your resumes. Content wise, these are the contents. What we discussed so far is nothing but a content. We are verifying 3 environments, 5 to 6 different testing types. More than sufficient. Okay? So this is about the painful point of creating a resume, updating the resume, blah, blah, blah. We are done with theoretical concepts. We are done with practical concepts. We are done with the requirement. For requirement, for sure you can able to execute those test cases. If not, ping me back. We'll arrange a next session. Right? So I hope everyone is able to understand that. Whatever we understand from yesterday and today concepts. So that document is very easy. If you feel it is difficult, you are not able to understand those steps, send me out email. If you receive more emails, we'll arrange one more session to execute those test cases on the mobile app. I don't think it is very difficulty. Why? Because you haven't attended my classes to work with WhatsApp, to work with OLX. Isn't it? So that is the reason. The KCC also similar kind of OLX. Let's explore more with the help of our documentation. If you really fail, you don't have a way to proceed, ping me in the WhatsApp or email ID, which is provided in the document at any time. We'll arrange the one more session for your reference. So, last but not the least, very important thing. You require only questions or answers as well? Perfect. So what is mobile application testing? So we are testing the applications which is reside on the mobile device. So to do testing, we have to install it. We have to install the application and need to process that or process the evaluation. So our testing target will not change. Our testing target is meeting the customer requirements and expectations. Okay. So on the application and the test. Here also we have a application and the test. What kind of application and the test we have? APK file for Android. We are not claiming at IPA, right? iPhone, are we claiming in this particular 2 days workshop? No, we are claiming only Android. Android APK files. So we are downloading the APK file and we are installing the application into customer devices. From there, we are making sure that so the application is correctly meeting the end customer expectations and requirements. Android package kit. Right. Second question, is it visible? Or let me change some font. Is it okay? Right. So mobile application testing means a process in which an application developed for handheld mobile devices is tested to ensure its functionality, usability, and consistency. Testers can perform mobile apps testing manually or with automation. This is the first concept which we discussed in the yesterday's class, right? So we are downloading an application from distribution channel, install that application and do conduct non-functional, functional testings. What kind of additional testings we are going to perform? Installation, upgrade, uninstallation, interruption, orientation, interoperability, localization, network related, battery consumption, memory consumption, functionality, UI, usability, security, performance, compatibility, OS compatibility, hardware compatibility. You do not want to mention browser compatibility. That is the only difficulty we have in this. Everything you can able to mention: smoke testing, sanity testing, retesting, regression testing, whatever you learn, you can able to mention it. But avoid browser compatibility testing. Why? Because we nowhere relevant to browser. We haven't used the browser in your application space. That is only the difficulty. And that is the only the difference between web application testing and mobile apps testing. The second question for your understanding. Why mobile testing critical for business today? Different devices, different operating systems, different sizes, different OS versions, different firmwares, different vendors. Okay, different hardware configurations. All these together increasing our complexity in testing. We can call it as device fragmentation. What we can call it as device fragmentation. So number of combinations increasing. If we increase these combinations, it is a never-ending process to complete the testing. And moreover, the second point is mobile apps are very user-friendly. Why? Because mobile is a mandatory device for human life. Every day, instead of www.flipkart.com, we are using Flipkart app. Am I right or not? It is more flexible to operate your application or purchase your goods. Third one, very immediately, if something is went wrong, very immediately customer will go and give the review. That is impacting entire business with fraction of seconds. Right? Those are the challenges. Usually we have a user kind of mindset. Let's read that sentence. How much time it is required to understand this and deliver the same content to interviewer? By hearting is required, right? So instead, what I supposed to make you or to inject you in your brain, understand like a customer. What is the real complexity with your mobile apps or testing? First one, we need to cover different screen sizes. We need to cover different handheld devices, manufacturers, or we can call it as. We need to cover different RAM sizes. We derived the Excel sheet, right? With the different combinations. That is the point one. Second thing, customers are more frequently using these applications rather than web applications. That is also a danger thing, right? Third one, reviews. Mention directly, boldly, we can able to mention these things. Because of these reasons, mobile application testing is critical. Even though we are creating 100 test cases and executing that, if issue is on any one device only, then he will marking the review, right? One rating with bad words in the review. New customer will read that review. All hard works from development team, testing team, marketing team, deployment team will be revolves around to 0 and it's a scrap. Everyone is doing one rating because of one issue. Is it really testing failure or not? So make sure. So we are more responsible and our job is very critical compared to web application testing. We understand yesterday and today, right? How complex it is. Every setting, every moment, or every touch event is responsible to make your testing success, and your app should behave normally. It should not behave abnormally. Whatever the disturbance you are creating or causing, it should withstand. Am I right or not? Is it a complex? Is it critical? Yes. But do we need to learn any additional things or additional mindset as a tester? Manual testing? Same thing, right? But we need to understand the device environment correctly. Yesterday discussion about different settings. If you understand all those things like a customer, so you will already become a mobile apps tester. Functionality will never change from mobile apps to web application testing. We have already knowledge towards functional testing, right? That will not alter. In addition to that, we are building up all these mobile app special testing types. Orientation, okay, network related testing, battery consumption, memory consumption, installation, uninstallation, upgrade. Okay, all these things comes to the criticality of testing. You can add whatever you want with our today's discussion. Sounds good? Do not by heart. Take it as a reference. In future, if you are not able to answer properly, take it as a reference and understand or recollect your knowledge. Prepare your own answer. Don't try to by heart these things. If you by heart, every interview, before every interview, you need to by heart. Next. What is mobile device testing? What is mobile apps testing? Where are we? Are you device testers?
No, sir.
What is the device testing? We need to check how this device is working fine or not. Yesterday we understand only app manager related testings. But if you want to become a software, mobile device tester, you have to do entire mobile device settings. That is what the mobile device is. Is this device is useful to end customer in all possible ways or not? Earlier I worked with BlackBerry. While doing the BlackBerry, what they are providing to me is, so they are providing one new device to me. Ask me to use it for my personal purpose. They'll create one SIM. They'll create one device for each individual, one who are working on the entire floor. There are 250 members. So every day I will carry 10 to 15 devices at my bag to conduct testing. So that is device testing. So every device need to give the best service to your customer. But this is app. We don't want to cover entire app or entire device settings. Only app related, app responsible settings only we are covering. If you are dealing with handheld device or a hardware device testing, that comes under mobile testing. If it is a mobile application testing, it is responsible to only behavior of the application with respect to few settings, which is responsible for your application, like orientation, like memory, cache, okay, data, what we are removing, force stop, uninstall, install. So your specification is app functionality. If you are a mobile device tester, your specification is or spec is dealing with how handheld is working, how touch is working. If you touch on corner, top corner, is it working? Below corner, is it working? Is back button is working? Is home button is working? Is recent tabs button is correctly working? Can we able to install any application? Can we update the operating system? Can you update the firmware? Comes with device testing. Can you able to update the app? Comes with apps testing. If you are dealing with the hardware, mobile device testing. If you are dealing with only your application, mobile apps testing. Clear? If you are a tester for BlackBerry devices, you are a mobile device tester. If you are a tester for application which reside on the BlackBerry device, you are a application tester. From that discussion, you can able to derive 2 to 3 points, and it is very old question. We don't think we can get these questions. If we have a question, it is already displayed at your screen, right? You can able to answer. See the answer for your reference. Is it easy to understand? In your mobile, camera is working or not, calculator is working or not. Can you able to make a phone call? So can you receive the phone call? Okay, WhatsApp. Can we able to install the WhatsApp? Use the WhatsApp like a pro. Use the Telegram. Use our application. Whatever it is comes under device tester. Hardware and software testing. What about mobile apps? The installed application is correctly working fine or not? Yesterday and today, did we discuss about any mobile device related features? No. Only app specifications. So please focus more on that and dig more on it in the apps region. If you are a device tester, go with all the features mentioned in the device. Right? That is the difference between mobile device tester, mobile apps tester. It is outdated question. Mostly old interviewers may ask these questions. One who are really working on mobile device kind of stuff, like me. If someone is there in the interview, so he is having the previous experience, current experience, he'll ask that question. If you don't know, you can able to mention that. I don't know about the mobile device testing. I do not have an experience, but I have the mobile app experience. I am doing these things. Receive the bill, install the bill, do all these kinds of testings. That is my responsibility. That is also fine. How many types of mobile applications? Okay, what are they? So let me take an example. So www.flipkart.com in mobile browser. Will it work out or not? That is called mobile web application testing. Mobile web application testing. And second thing, so we have a development methodologies. how they are developing. So for testing, we do not have any change with respect to different kind of apps. Right? So you know already web application testing, right? Let's ignore web application. That is one kind of application. Second kind of application, APK file. APK file will be created, okay, only for Android. The code is only designed for Android. That is native development. I created a code where I can able to create both Android and iOS applications. That is hybrid. You know what is hybrid? Combination of two. Combination of Android code, iOS code into one. Hybrid applications. Native applications. I have a developer for Android development. I have a developer for iOS development. Then that is hybrid applications. Huh? Did I mention full stack now? Then ignore it. Right? Native development means if an application is developed only because of one particular operating system, one developer, one operating system. So Android developer, by using Android Studio, they'll create the code and provide you a APK file. That is called native development or native application. So I have Iconic. So there are third-party tools, PhoneGap. Okay. So Codera or some third-party devices are there. Okay. So those things we are using for our development. Single shot, write 4 lines of code. We can able to create Android application, iOS application for the same code. The development is called as hybrid. You know hybrid, right? Very well. That is the same. One operating system, native. 2 operating systems or more operating systems. Right? So let's have a look at this. Particular device platform. That is the only important keyword for us. Particular device platform. We developed an application. Then that is a native application. Either it is Android or iOS. Understand the concept. Don't buy hard the things. If your developer is only creating APK file by using Android Studio, native. I know Python. I have only one developer. He is creating the application for both Android and iOS. Right? You know web application, right? What is the web application? Use the flipkart.com in mobile browser, mobile web application. www.amazon.in web application. m.gmail.com. M stands for mobile. This is old technology. So now everyone is moved to the HTML5. There is no M kind of stuff. Rarely we are using M. Earlier we have m.xyz.com. Now there is no M. Directly www.xyz.com. Even in the mobile also. Okay. Next, hybrid application. So let's not worry about it. What is the combination of HTML and native? I mean native and web application. So I asked you to, I asked my developer to create 2 Android, 2 mobile apps like APK file and iOS with the same code. The code is from HTML, JavaScript and CSS. That is, they are developing HTML, web application kind of application which is suitable for both the operating systems. But you have to install it in your application. Okay, so I'll show you that. Finally, at last, we are able to see your mobile virtual devices, but it is taking too much time. Right. Let me show you one platform where we are using two. One is Flutter. These are the market demanding, okay, development frameworks, not testing frameworks, sir. We are not relevant to this. Whatever the development technology they are using, we are least bother. Are you developing APK file or not? How you are developing? Are you a white box tester? Do you worry about the coding technologies? What we are trying to do? Receive the APK file smoothly from the development team and do whatever you want. Whether it's a hybrid app, native app, our responsibility will not change. We are trying to hit the application with all your intellectual thoughts. What is the question? What is the question you are asking? Which one? Are you a developer? Then why they are asking the development question about how the development? Yeah. I am not a developer. I don't know development. If you are a developer, you can able to go through that website. Right? They are providing SDK, software development kit. So Android Studio also provided the SDK, right? We are only developing the APK files over there. But in this Ionic SDK, we can able to use iOS as well as Android files simultaneously. Cross-platform. Okay, so that means cross-platform means it will work on any platform like web application. So web applications are cross-platform or not? The same URL will work on Linux, same URL will work on Windows. Exactly similar to that, our application will work on Android browser, iOS browser as well. That is web application. Exactly similar to that, your app will work on Android and iOS as well. So one-time development, multiple operating system support. So they are internally using the web kind of technology to develop this kind of applications. How they are developing? Is it a matter of testing? Is it a matter to testing? No, right? We are hitting the application with respect to functionality, interruption testing, interoperability testing, installation testing. Whatever they are providing APK, APK is installable or not. We are not worrying about whether it is a hybrid environment or native environment. We least bother about it. But for interview say, we are understanding it. So there are multiple combinations to get the APK file. Next one is Flutter development. They are also providing SDK. See this. Native performance, but hybrid development. Where is the download? This here is it. Multi-platform. Here also we have multi-platform. So single code base, one code for multiple platforms. So these are the two advanced platforms where we can able to create the multiple APK files at single shot. So no, multiple executable files at single shot. One for APK or one APK, one IPA file. One for Android, one for iOS. So one code run on multiple platforms. Right? If it is native, one developer, one code, one operating system. If you want to support another operating system, like Android Studio for iOS, we have Xcode. Like Android Studio for iOS, we have Xcode. So that is a different story. We are not at all targeting towards iOS, right? We can deal this Xcode in the later stage. But now we are Android testers. we know some knowledge on iOS as well. Right? That is what we are projecting on our resume. I have knowledge, but I master in Android. These are the development technologies. So, is it clear? How many types of applications? Web applications, native applications. Web applications we are already familiar. So we can have a web URL. We can able to open the mobile browser and conduct a testing. Like web application testing, what you perform. No change. Second thing, native applications. If developer developed application only for one platform, that is native. Example, develop the Android application through Android Studio or Android SDK. iOS file for or iOS with Xcode or IPA file. Only developer developing the IPA file. That code is only belongs to IPA. So Android use Java. iOS use Objective-C+ by default. Are we developers? Do we need to care about all these technologies? No. What is our caring part? Executable file or URL is provided to us. If they provided, we can conduct the smoke testing. Then if smoke testing is passed, entire cycle, that is our responsibility. Why do you worry about all the technologies? But gaining the knowledge is always important. List out the types of mobile apps testing. Low level resource testing means low battery, low memory. Whenever you have low resources, what kind of resources? Memory consumption is, memory is very low. Network speed is very low. Battery is very low. Interface testing? Okay. We are not mentioning user na in front of that. Even though you are identified, interface is nothing but user interface. Fine. Compatibility testing? OS compatibility, hardware compatibility. Services testing? Location services, network services. Yesterday we understand about some settings, right? Those services. Next, performance testing. How quickly it is reacting to your actions. The same regular performance testing. Amma? JMetro, load runner, Neo load. Right. Operational testing. Functional. Whether it is operational or not. All the features are correctly working fine or not. Installation testing. Security testing. You need to buy out all these things. But we already have yesterday documentation, right? Go with that. You have interruption testing, interoperability testing. More than this, right? So this is the standard answer for reading purpose or recollecting purpose. Most testers. Are you in the most testers list or not? Yes, or rare testers? So those are the changes. Are they covered? Varieties of operating systems, varieties of screen sizes, varieties of operating system versions, varieties of hardware combinations, varieties of vendors, screen size fragmentation and device fragmentation. Right choice of mobile testing tool for QA team. Automation. Okay. So right choice means you need to select the right tool. What are the mobile application tools we do have? Appium. Is it Appium supports Catalan? Catalan supports Renorex. Renorex supports your application or not? That we need to check. Right? Is it pretty clear? Can we able to shortly mention about the challenges? So it is better to avoid this question by adding mobile apps testing to your resume. They'll ask what are the recent challenges you face. You can able to mention all these things. It's a mobile automation testing. So these are the challenges we face in the application testing. So in your every project, if you are able to mention as mobile apps, can you able to easily navigate to the challenges or not? So most challenge for the testing is issue is not reproducible. That is the toughest challenge in our entire career. One time it is displaying, another time it is not displaying. After a week, again it is displaying. How to troubleshoot that? Is an interview question. So we'll note down what are the important actions we performed on that particular application. We can able to bring back to that particular state by following step by step. We may assume that something is already available in the previous stage. That's something we need to identify to reproduce the issue. We need to keep an eye on the non-reproducible issues, but should not close that. You do not close the non-reproducible issues at all. We need to keep an eye. So it may come in future. Every bug have their detailed steps. So not reproducible means we are not able to identify. You are not identifying the root cause. That is your failure. How do you close the bug? Got it? So interviewer may ask like this. Can we able to close the not reproducible bugs? No, in my company, in my project, we are not supposed to close the not reproducible bug. We can keep an eye. Whenever I can able to come across the issue again, I'll try to reproduce and update my steps and assign to the development team. This is our answer. That is correct answer. Even though we are not doing in the real time. So the interviewer expecting this. Are you give up? No, I don't want. I'll keep on trying to get the correct steps. That is what we are doing. Abhuta Kalpana. Imagination. Okay. Right. Next. What types of mobile testing should be included in the Android testing strategy? Mention whatever we discussed so far, everything. In addition to that, if video is available, video related or media testing comes to the picture. If there is no video, MP4, MP3 comes to the picture. If image is there, JPG, PNG will come to the picture. If there is no image, context dependent, right? So these are the common testing types for every application. Like what I mentioned yesterday. Installation, uninstallation, upgrade, okay, interruption, orientation, interoperability, network related, battery related, memory related. In addition to that, so based on the requirement, based on the application type, we can add respective test cases if required. Diplomatic answer. That is diplomatic question only, right? What is the strategy used to test a new mobile app? Which type of testing should be included? Same answer. Okay, instead of upgrade testing, we only stick to fresh installation testing. So for new applications, we can avoid update testing. That is only the change. All others are common and required, right? So selection of device, utilization emulators, okay, types of testing. What does an automated test plan for mobile app contains? Are you automation tester? No, right? Can we able to skip? But try to understand this. So what kind of, in future, if they assign you the automation, what kind of strategy we need to follow? So scope and objectives, what we can able to automate, what we cannot able to automate. What is in scope, what is out of scope. Select the automation tool. IPM, Catalan, Renorex. Which is best? Which is costlier? Which is cheaper? On those lines. Which is open source? Required features to be tested. What kind of testings we are going to perform? Okay. So test cases, test strategy, person in charge, who is automation tester allocated to your project. So what kind of scripts they prepared? Are they valid? Those things. Time frame, how many days we need to complete this script? So is it a one-time execution or we are getting frequent updates? If only one-time release, we don't want to go for automation. If it is frequent updates or frequently adding the features, then regression testing will be automated. What kind of testings we are automating? Regression testing. Smoke testing, regression testing will be automatable. One-time testings could not automate. Yes. Resources required. What kind of resources we required? Many systems, many devices, cloud services. What kind of resources you require? All these things to plan your automation. To plan your automation. List of best practices for Android testing. Okay. So developers must prepare the test cases when they are writing the code simultaneously. Is it really possible? If they do that, what is our role? Right. Is it true or not? If developers do the coding, what we can do? Verification, static testing, quality assurance. All of the test cases should be stored and well documented for reusability. We can frequently use these test cases. That's the reason I mentioned that test case should be precise and simple and well documented with ease and navigated flow, easy navigated flow, step-by-step actions. Apply continuous integration and execute tests once the code is changed. What is continuous integration? So continuous integration is nothing but when our code changes, our automation scripts automatically executed on the new code. Right? So regression, kind of that. So we have so many tools like Jenkins, Bamboo. So those things. Okay, this is for automation, not for manual. Avoid using rooted device and emulators. Achieve the most reliable results. What is rooted devices? Enabling the developer options. Enabling the developer options will be rooted. That means if a device is not a user device, it's a developer device. We do not want to trust developer devices and emulators. Emulator is also a software, right? But sometimes if client asks you to work on emulator, we can't avoid. We need to use it. So if there is a possibility, we can able to avoid. While planning to perform an end-to-end mobile testing, what are the primary criteria you have to consider? Is it a primary criteria or not? So from yesterday onwards, we are taking it as primary, right? Without installation, can you able to perform testing? That is the primary criteria. What next? We install the application. We have a shortcut. Can we smoothly launch the application? From two possibilities. From app manager settings and our shortcut. And how it is working without network? That is also we covered, right? That is another point. What are the orientations? What is your application supporting? Portrait or landscape or both? That we need to check. High network to low network to high network, or no network to network to no network. If you are switching between different networks, is that application functionality is stable? That we need to consider or not? Next one. Performance. Is it quickly responding? Is it slowly responding? If you click on checkout, after 3 seconds or 4 seconds, it is responding to the next screen. Will you wait? There is a bad performance, right? We need to report that. These are high importance scenarios or not? If there is no installation, we can't move further. Without internet, it is stopping your work. That is also a danger issue. So you can able to consider these as recent bugs as well. In my application, installation got failed. What you can do with that? High severity, high priority bug. Example. Right? So next one. Without network, we can't able to launch the application. It is getting crashed. Best example, a recent bug. Don't mention same thing everyone in the interview. Let's select one and make it as your challenge or recent bug. That's the reason I'm most worried to answer for interviewer questions. Everyone will able to do the same answers. There is a mass copy. Priority will be decided by developer in my project. Right? Don't go with all these things. Everyone. I'll shoot out you all your resumes to one interviewer. So you will go one by one. They'll ask the same questions. You can able to mention the same answers. They'll understand mass copy. That is one problem. You people sit together and have a group discussion. They understand that you are coming from one place. That is from training. Please keep that in mind. So I don't want rejects from my students. Okay. So please avoid these kind of things and prepare in a better way and shoot out your own answers by keeping all these things as a reference and document your own answers. Right? You know emulator. Am I right or not? Emulator is having a flexibility to select RAM size, hardware, operating system. It is also a virtual device, but we have a flexibility to design your hardware on your own. But simulator is a software. I'll show you the simulator right away. If you know F12, developer options. Where is that mobile symbol? Yes, here is the mobile symbol. Right? All right. This is simulator. Do we have a hardware selection? F12 means debugging options in the browser. Right? So see this. You can able to have a orientation. Am I right? But what we are missing here, there is no hardware selection. We are not simulating the hardware. So it is just a screen. UI testing. What we can able to perform? UI testing. Can I able to do the functional testing? Absolutely not possible, and we can't able to trust. Why? Because it is not running on the hardware. So you can able to increase the size as well. And there is the option to select which phone you want. Previously we discussed about SaaS labs, blah blah blah, but it is very simple, right? But it is not trustable. Why? Because we do not have a hardware configuration, only screen sizes. This is iPhone. And this is Galaxy S20. Right? Only screen. Simulation or screen. Virtual screen. You are testing on virtual screen. Then that is simulation. If you have a hardware selection, Emulator. If it looks like a phone, but it is not a phone, emulator. It is like a screen, mobile screen, simulator. That is the difference. Android we are using emulator, iOS we are using simulator. For your detailed information. How to test CPU usage on mobile devices. Okay, so there is advanced testing. Use any one app for your mobile device CPU usage. Right? What are the major networks considered for your testing? Wi-Fi and 4G. All these are old technologies. 3G, 2G, GPRS. If you have in your mobile, you can able to use it. But mostly we are not considering. Okay. So other technologies apart from 4G and Wi-Fi in our latest mobile apps testing. I am responsible for 4G as well as Wi-Fi. I don't know about other technologies. Let's skip that. Why do we take that into our shoulder? 4G and Wi-Fi. 4G and Wi-Fi. Okay. 4G and Wi-Fi. We are going to conduct the testing in my mobile apps related to the network. When performing a sanity test on the mobile application, what criteria should be included? In-depth testing of your application feature. We need to consider all the testing types you are familiar. No secret. If you are going to conduct the sanity testing, what do you mean by sanity? In-depth testing on a particular feature. While doing that particular feature, all the testings we covered yesterday need to be recollected apart from installation. Interruption testing, interoperability testing, orientation testing, memory consumption at low memory, at low battery, while connecting the charger. All these things to be covered as part of your testing. In addition to that, functional, usability, UI, compatibility testing, whatever you want, you name it. Everything need to be conducted. All testings comes under in-depth, right? For sanity means new feature will undergo in-depth testing, a complete testing, all possibilities testing. Web application sanity testing is easy. Mobile apps sanity testing is really a difficult and challenging as well. Is it the right answer? Bold answer. We have a cloud devices, right? We have real devices which are located on cloud devices. So it is one of possible option with free of cost. If we want a little more, we can use in the cloud. We have both virtual and only screen sizes. You can able to use this as well. Simulation. Either is fine, right? It is not trustable solution. Why? Because it is a software. But cloud services, yes. Less money, more productivity. Next. I only mentioned the challenges, I only mentioning the bugs. Then example for critical bugs. Crash always a critical bug. Without internet, while working with my application, my internet lost. I lost internet. At that moment, application is getting crashed. Who will stop you? That is a critical bug. High priority, high severity. Block bugs. Unresponsiveness of a performance occurs even though the device status is still on. Okay, so the device is working, your app is not working. Unresponsiveness. Crash in our academybugs.com. We observed a crash, right? The same way. If it is going to the non-responsive mode, then it is a block bugs. Blocked. For our sake, critical. Critical, block, both comes together into one. Don't make too many names. We have S1, S2, S3, S4. That's it. No S5. No S0. P1, P2, P3, P4. Major bug. A specific feature of the application is unable to perform its functionality. We discussed many times about the severity, right? Complete application blockage. High severity. One major functionality completely broken. Major. Everything is working with slight deviation. Medium. We don't feel it as somewhat pain. It's particular mismatch. There is no pain. Then low. So minor bugs. Any text cutoffs, text overlaps. Okay. Any one. Okay. So UI is not responding. Okay. Slightly. Those things. What is alpha testing? What is beta testing? Look at the question. If I ask a special question for iOS, can you able to answer for Android? If you want to quit this, I do not have much knowledge on iOS. If not, I have a knowledge in my project. My iOS testers will perform like this. Okay, na? We don't want to project ourselves as iOS testers. If you have iPhone, come to me. I'll bring your expertise into experience. Right. Configure 2 versions for alpha beta testing. Testing both of the iOS versions above on devices simultaneously. 2 are running same. Analyzing the test results to measure the select which will be better version to release. Comparison. So simultaneously we are working with the 2 applications. Which is better? Can you able to define it or not? So mostly we will not come across this situation. So if you have, you can able to mention that. Parallelly 2 applications we are installing on the same machine. We are running the test. If which is responding quickly, we can able to vote for that. That is not relevant to you. This is common sense questions. How you are using iOS alpha beta testing. When should a QA team choose manual testing or automation testing for their mobile testing projects? What is the common theory? If it is one-time testing, go with manual testing. If it is a repeated testing, interruption testing, manual. Okay, orientation testing, somewhat manual. All the functional testing, automation. Right? All non-functional testings which we discussed from morning to evening, manual possibilities. It is less likely to automate. Interruption, somewhat not automatable. Even though we are automating, it is not that much. It is not giving that much fruits. Whatever it is. Manual testing, the application has a new functionality and this is once or twice we are doing the testing. Then it is a manual. If it is regression testing, every moment we are frequently doing the regression, smoke or regression, we can able to automate. We already discussed it. Again, we are repeating the same. List the most common problems that testers face while doing mobile testing on cloud computing. Very low performance. In the morning we observed, right? We clicked on plus button. After 3-4 seconds, it is added. If it is your handheld device, very immediately it is working. So one is, it is not available at your place. We are running that software, that particular real device with the help of software. If software is really poor, internet speed is really poor, we can't able to get the right output from the device. That is only the complexity. So executing mobile testing in the cloud computing possesses so various challenges for both beginners and advanced testers. Subscription model. Is it hourly basis or unlimited? High cost, more costly. It's a business perspective. Difficulties in mobile automation testing. Are you a mobile automation tester? If you have, you can able to have 2 minutes to read. If not, you can able to ignore it. Coming to the virtual devices, is it cost more or not? We are getting the rentals. We are not purchasing. Getting the rental means after this rental, all your 1 lakh rupee is wasted, right? Those things. What are the essential things to remember while testing the apps using black box testing method? What do you mean by black box testing? Whatever we are doing, that comes under black box testing. See, the application's compatibility with multiple devices. Do you familiar with this or not? Next one, the device proper connection and disconnection while changing the IP or port addresses. Mostly it is not required. So IP and port addresses, we as a customer, are you able to experience it? No, but it is different networks. IP address change means in the mobile internet, we have one IP address. In Wi-Fi, it is shifted to another address. So instead of that, answer is more technical. So for every internet connection, we have separate IP address. Mobile internet IP address is different. Wi-Fi address is different. If you want to make it as clear to you, practice that for a while. The capability to make calls and send messages to other devices. Is it required or not? Interruption testing. Mother functionality of the application. Compatibility testing. So if it is mobile web, we can able to go with browser compatibility. If it is mobile app, OS compatibility, hardware compatibility. What is Android testing framework? It is useful for automation. So our framework is, we don't want to use all these things. Our framework is our testing process. We receive the APK file or we receive the requirement document. We created the test plan and test cases. Wait for the application to be released to the testing team. The kind of application we received is APK file. We install the application, continue with smoke testing, sanity, retesting, regression testing. Whenever you have a mismatches, identify that bug and create that bug in your Jira and assign to your product owner. After that, based on the resolution, if they fix the bug, what kind of testing we are going to perform? Retesting. If retesting is success, close the bug. If retesting is fail, reopen the cycle continuously happening until you are satisfied with that particular bug fix. Bug life cycle. That is what we need to project here. So this is a framework, robotic framework for your automation, not for manual. What is the latest version of iOS? Latest version of Android? 13. Where we can get all the information? If you whether you are opening this particular website or not, it's not matter to interviewer. Where you can able to get So I am using developer.android.com. Confidently, you can able to inform to your interviewer. So you can have idea about. So you are really an Android tester for at least while, right? So don't forget about this particular URL. What is the extension? To match with your APK definition. What is the extension of iOS file? Right. Suppose you need to execute a mobile application testing. What would be the technical criteria you will consider while selecting a test automation tool? Let's ignore it. So all these are for manual testing is also important, right? Multiple platforms, multiple hardwares, multiple OS versions, multiple vendors, and we have a checklist. You already received the checklist, right? That checklist need to be executed on your application. That is our strategy. Are you automation engineer? No. Ignore it. How many kinds of manual testings you are going to perform? All the list. Continuously you can able to strike in your brain whenever they ask about testing types. Undoubtedly you need to mention all the things. Can you name a few mobile testing tools that are compatible with Android and iOS? Appium, Catalan, RunnerX. 3. Mobile testing tools only used iOS testing. This is the keep it functional iOS driver. We are not showcasing that we are iOS manual tester at least. We are not showcasing. Are you iOS manual tester? No. But why do you worry about automation? But interviewer is troubling you with all these questions. Do you have a GK, general knowledge about the mobile apps testing or not? If you don't know, that is not a punishment. Or you don't want to feel abnormally. So I don't know. I do not have any experience with that. If you provide me an opportunity, I will be able to prove myself. Catalan is an automation tool. Automation tool name. What is Selenium? Catalan is also same. Right. These are the tools available in the market. RunnerX, okay, MonkeyTalk, Eggplant, Appium, Cobiton, okay, all these tools. So we don't worry about the iPhone. That is also same. Right? End. Can you able to answer these questions? If you prepare for 1 or 2 hours, if you prepare well and if you are able to answer, you can able to get the job. We can see the offer letter. Right? How do we prove ourselves? By cracking the interview. After that, what is up? What you can say? Party time. Receiving the offer letter. Whatever it is. Whatever you can call it as. Right? So these are the some references to answer for most frequently asked interview questions. But apart from this, if you understand the concept, you need not worry about the preparation. That is the difference between experienced persons and right. You understand the concept, right? Right. So and more of the things, if really a experienced person in the one project, you may not have that much strong knowledge. You are a fish in a pond, small pond. But if you are attending multiple trainings or you are exploring multiple things, you are a fish in ocean. You want to be a pond, fish in pond, or you want to be a ocean. That is your way of orientation. So think more and gain more. So mobile application testing is not that much easy to read the things and explore the application. It requires hands-on experience. Right? So any questions? It is not possible. It is not possible. It's not at all possible. It needs to be connected to the device every moment. How do you make it as less priority? No. Primary concern is real device testing. Primary concern, primary execution is real device testing. If it is not possible, few test cases we can able to execute on cloud services. If not possible, few test cases are executed on virtual devices. But primary concern is real device. What end user will use? Real device, cloud devices, or emulators? Then where we need to test? If it is more costly, we can avoid few devices, and those devices will be get rented on the cloud services. We are executing the testing, but we don't want to avoid real devices, right? We need to test the real devices at least on few devices. On top of that, we use cloud services. On top of that, we can use emulator services or simulators, which I showed you in the browser. Initially, for UI testing, we are using developer tools also. Developer tools, F12. Right? I'll share this document as well. So please go through it. Don't by heart answers. I'm again repeating the same question again and again. Why? Because I can able to see so many answers from the bookish knowledge. You know, Dravid, cricket player, is only do the bookish shots. So the other persons will do their own shot, helicopter shot. Is not in book. So do such kind of things. Explore more to gain more knowledge. Okay? Right. All the best, guys. Thank you. So they will share a link to provide you the feedback. So please provide your valuable feedback to give more kind of these sessions.